Senhoras e senhores, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, participants, welcome to Portugal. Bem-vindos a Portugal. With the permission of Her Excellency the Minister of Justice and the member of the Board of Administration, the Executive Administrator, and our host, Dr. Guilherme Oliveira Martins, we are opening this conference, and I invite Dr. Guilherme Martins to address our conference. Thank you so much.
Muito bom dia, ladies and gentlemen. Senhora Ministra da Justiça, é sempre um gosto acolhê-la nesta casa. Mr. President of the Honorary Committee of DLR, Senhor representante do Senhor Presidente da Comissão Portuguesa da Liberdade Religiosa, Senhor Presidente Pastor Mário Brito, muito gosto. Ladies and gentlemen, só duas palavras muito simples de boas-vindas. A Fundação Gulbenkian, desde a sua fundação, é uma instituição que prossegue 4 fins estatutários ligados à educação, à arte, à ciência, à filantropia. Mas, ao recebermos a Conferência Internacional sobre a Religião e a Liberdade de Expressão, nós temos um particular gosto, um particular interesse e empenhamento, uma vez que os temas que aqui irão ser tratados relativamente à liberdade religiosa, à liberdade de expressão, no fundo, aos elementos cruciais da construção da democracia, levam-nos naturalmente a acolher esta conferência com um redobrado interesse. Por isso, uma saudação muito especial à Senhora Ministra Doutora Catarina Sarmento e Castro, uma saudação muito especial a Mr. Adama Dieng. For us, is a big honor to receive this organization, this initiative. A Fundação Carlos Gulbenkian foi fundada em 1956, com base nas disposições estatutárias do nosso fundador, Carlos Sarkis Gulbenkian, personalidade muito empenhada não apenas nos temas ligados à economia e à cultura, mas também no diálogo entre culturas e civilizações. E não podemos esquecer que não há liberdade entre os povos se não houver paz entre as religiões. Hans Küng afirmou, não podemos deixar de recordar essa sua referência. O símbolo da Fundação Carlos Gulbenkian são 4 cavalos que correspondem exatamente aos 4 objetivos estatutários. E neste momento definimos para os próximos 5 anos 2 objetivos estratégicos que se ligam intimamente relativamente aos temas que aqui tratamos. E os 2 objetivos estratégicos têm a ver com a equidade e com a sustentabilidade. E se falo de equidade, refiro naturalmente o primado da lei, rule of law, mas simultaneamente a legitimidade da origem do voto, a legitimidade do exercício e simultaneamente a justiça como valor. E é essa preocupação, naturalmente, que leva a Fundação Carlos Gulbenkian, ao longo da sua vida, a ter correspondido a esse objetivo exigente, que é garantir a todos a dignidade necessária. E se falamos da dignidade para todos, se falamos de justiça, se falamos de liberdade, falamos naturalmente do facto de, sendo a Fundação Carlos Gulbenkian uma das 40 maiores fundações do mundo, e todos conhecem naturalmente a grande diversidade, mas simultaneamente a grande exigência neste setor fundacional, não esquecemos, ao recebermos iniciativas como esta, Conferência Internacional sobre a Religião e sobre a Liberdade de Expressão, nós estamos exatamente a cumprir aquilo que foram as preocupações iniciais do nosso fundador, Carlos Sarkis Gulbenkian. O nosso museu, o nosso Centro de Arte Moderna, que no próximo ano será reaberto com uma especial importância no seu envolvimento relativamente à criatividade, à arte, à inovação, mas simultaneamente também à ciência, à investigação e à inovação. Tudo isto significa, no fundo, que recebemos de braços abertos a Conferência Internacional sobre a Religião e a Liberdade de Expressão, desejando a todos um bom trabalho e que sejam naturalmente muito bem-vindos a esta instituição. Muito obrigado.
Agradecendo a Sua Excelência, o Sr. Administrador Executivo da Gulbenkian, Dr. Guilherme Oliveira Martins, eu convido agora o Pastor Mário Brito, Presidente da ADLR, a poder dirigir-se a esta conferência.
Excelentíssima Senhora Ministra da Justiça, Professora Doutora Catarina Sarmenti Castro, Excelentíssimo Senhor Diretor Executivo do Conselho de Administração da Fundação Gulbenkian, Dr. Guilherme Oliveira Martins, Excelentíssimo Senhor Presidente ou Vice-Presidente da Comissão de Liberdade Religiosa, Dr. Fernando Loja Soares, Dr. Fernando Soares Loja, estou a inverter os nomes, Her Excellency Professor Nazila Ghanea, United Nations Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Religion or Belief, His Excellency Dr. Ibrahim Salama, Director of Human Rights Treaties, Division Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, His Excellency Dr. Ganoun Diop, Secretary of the General Secretary of the International Religious Liberty Association, His Excellency Antonio Almeida Ribeiro, and other representatives of CAICI. Distinguished speakers, Excelentíssimo Senhor Diretor, Senhora e Senhora Coordenadora e membros do Grupo de Trabalho para Diálogo Interreligioso do Alto Comissariado para Migrações. Dear members of the Honorary Committee and the Experts Committee of IADLR. I'm just explaining what it means. Association Internationale pour la Défense de la Liberté Religieuse. If you put it in English, the letters are not in the right order, but the name is in French, original name. This is the reason. It's just to discodify a little bit it. Dear representatives of the national chapters of AIDLR and their distinguished invitees, on behalf of AIDLR, it is with great joy and the feeling of honor that we welcome each of you who have accepted our invitation to come together in this cosmopolitan and welcoming city of Lisbon for this two-day meeting in which we shall reflect together on the fundamental theme, religion and freedom of expression. Over the 77 years of AIDLR, this association has sought to be an aggregator of individual and institutional wills in favor of religious freedom, with a particular focus on the freedom of conscience and the principle of separation between state and religious institutions. In an interview in 1967, Jan Nussbaum, one of the founders of this association, was asked what interests he represented. With bewildering simplicity, he replied, "I do not represent any interest, but the principle of religious liberty." In uttering these words, and through his action, Nussbaum committed the association, its official publication, Conscience and Liberty, its board of trustees, general secretaries, and members of invited advisory bodies, that it's worthy, a target of word of being accomplished, to defend the principle above any other principle or interest. A principle for each and every to defend and promote the rights to hold or not hold, to practice or not practice, and to share the belief, to adhere, to abandon, or to change religion. IADLR seeks the faithful to this principle thoughts. We keep being faithful to this thought. Its official publications, through the official publications, online presence, and interventions in international forums, and through the meetings, conferences, congresses, and summits it has organized. But it is my belief, which I know I share by the trustees of the national leaders of the Association Internationale pour la Défense Liberté Religieuse, that most significant contribution of this association over time is to unite in purposeful personalities and institutions of goodwill. We do it with the means at our disposal and personalities, and we do that also, personalities that work selflessly, but with the conviction that we relate to and bring together many who have the same vision, that a society that responds and promotes freedom of conscience, religion, and worship, that believes in that same freedom has an indispensable element for life in which the dignity of each individual and the communities to which they belong is preserved and valued. This conference is entitled Religion and Freedom of Expression. It is the resounding, current, and necessary theme. We are concerned and involved in contributing to the reflection on the discourse of religion in society and the discourse of religion on itself and in culture. We are also attentive to the most recent trends on new forms of limitation to discourse, perhaps less institutional, but more effective, which lead to an aggressive discourse and cancellation phenomena. Finally, we are aware of the responsibility we all have to contribute to peace and respect by expressing ourselves in a form that is desired to be free and constructive. With all this frame in mind, we have personally chosen each of you guests who honor us with your presence. We are, and I am personally looking forward to listening, learning, reflecting, and exchanging ideas and experiences. May every moment, formal and informal, of this conference contribute to this goal. Allow me to end with some special thanks and recognition. First of all, to the Gulbenkian Foundation, in the person of the President, for the kind and efficient hosting of this conference, by providing us with the space, with this space that is one of the most prestigious visiting, meeting, and working rooms. Gulbenkian honored our association and offer a guarantee of the right quality of our conditions. Then to the Commission for Religious Freedom, in the person of the President, Dr. José Eduardo Vera Jardim, a personality whose name is indelibly linked to freedom and liberties in Portugal, and in particular to the religious freedom, as a lawyer, member of parliament, minister, now president of the Commission. Finally, as a person of goodwill. I would also like to say a word to the national sections of the Association Internationale pour Défense Liberté Religieuse, which were involved in the organization of this conference. In particularly, a word of thanks to the Secretary General, Paulo Macedo, who I would like to thank for the organization of these events. I would like to thank the Portuguese section, which was tirelessly working to support this preparation. I want everyone to know that one of the main reasons that brings us here is, in this format, is that the training of future leaders, active organizers in their countries, whom we will see throughout our work, preparing themselves for the defense and promotion of religious freedom. Let's say this is a conference, but is a place where we want the leaders from the different countries to get acquainted with the organization and be more efficient in promoting other events like this one. Finally, I would like to leave a reference to the Portuguese Republic. If we are here, leaders, academics, clerics, representatives of religious communities, it is because we are witnessing a moment of remarkable openness and commitment of the Portuguese authorities and society to the religious phenomenon. We are observers, beneficiaries, and participants of an advanced religious freedom law, an institutional framework, and a social environment that recognizes and values freedom and dialogue. We are also here to witness and demonstrate this to the community of participants we have invited. We thank you, Madam Minister, for your presence in this inaugural session, which gives us so much prestige. We ask that you be a faithful depositary of this testimony to the government of Portugal. Thank you all for your presence. May this be a conference of the encounter between women, men, institutions, and communities of goodwill in favor of religious freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President Mário Brito. I would invite now our President of the Honorary Committee, Dr. Adama Dieng, to address to this conference.
Obrigado. Your Excellency, Madame Catarina Sarmiento y Castro, Excellencies, brothers and sisters in humanity, all protocol observed. At the outset, allow me to express my profound gratitude to the leadership and the members of the Association Internationale pour la Défense de la Liberté for extending this invitation to me. I truly believe that the AIDLR is a very positive force in advancing human dignity throughout the world. The AIDLR is convinced in the genuine belief that the world will benefit more from peace than from conflict, more from love than from hate, and more from promoting a united human family than a divided one characterized by the rise of anti-Semitism, the oppression against the Christian minorities, and the rise of hatred against Muslims. The choice of theme for this conference is therefore relevant and timely. Brothers and sisters, although there are many in this room who are recognized for their expertise on freedom of expression and religious liberties, one of them is in front of me, Ibrahim Salama. Allow me to share with you some reflection. While we are gathered here in Portugal, such beautiful and peaceful country, freedom of expression and religious liberties are under serious attacks in many parts of the world. We are witnessing serious religious freedom abuses, particularly against women. We cannot remain passive. We need to renew our commitment to protect religious freedom as enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We must strive for safeguarding the right to differ and dissent in terms of religious beliefs. Indeed, religious freedom is a right grounded in our nature as human beings. As recently stated by Congressman McGovern, and I quote, "Unless freedom of religion belongs to everyone, it doesn't truly belong to anyone," end of quote. Freedom of expression and religious liberties are complementary and mutually reinforcing. Indeed, we are all witness to history, how diversity of thoughts and beliefs and freedom to express them have significantly contributed and enhanced the struggle and the realization of human rights. Thoughts and views are intangible before they have been expressed, and the convictions are valuable for a person only if he or she can express them. The exercise of these two rights should not be seen or considered a zero-sum game, that the enjoyment of the one should always be at the expense of the other. Rather, we should always distinguish between free speech and hate speech to truly reaffirm the sanctity of both rights as cornerstone of human life. Indeed, UN Special Rapporteur has rightly emphasized that freedom of expression may not be lawfully restricted unless government can demonstrate the legality of actions taken and its necessity and proportionality in order to protect a specified legitimate objective. These safeguards are a simple recognition that absolute freedom of expression has led and continues to cause tragic violations of human rights and infringement on the rights of others at unimaginable scale. For example, the Holocaust that led to the killings of millions of innocent people did not start with lighting of the gas chambers. Hate speech and dehumanization of the other was the precursor to this tragedy. More recently, ongoing mass killings of Rohingya, the most persecuted group of our time, according to Antonio Guterres, and I concur, has assumed the same dimension, humiliation and denial of their humanity. I could have mentioned many other situations. Indeed, the list is endless. When not exercised with care, freedom of expression can be a dangerous tool to provoke disharmony with those we disagree with deadly consequences. Brothers and sisters, manifestations of intolerance and discrimination on the ground of religion or belief occur in varying degrees. Too often, freedom of speech and expression has been invoked as a basis to insult and dehumanize the religious belief of those who are different from us. However, we must confront the uncomfortable question: why do communities and individuals resort to this kind of approach? It all comes down to discrimination and intolerance. The Human Rights Council Resolution 1618 recognized that, quote, open, constructive, and respectful debate of ideas, as well as interfaith and intercultural dialogue at the local, national, and international levels, can play a positive role in combating religious hatred, incitement, and violence, and of course, through, for example, public statement against hate speech, interreligious dialogue, and debate. Brothers and sisters, recognizing the importance of freedom of speech and religious liberties, and in response to the alarming trends of growing xenophobia, racism, and intolerance around the world, UN Secretary General launched in June 2019 the United Nations Strategy and Plan of Action on Hate Speech. I had the privilege to lead the development of that strategy and plan of action. The strategy emphasized the need to counter hate holistically and with full respect for freedom of opinion and expression, while working in collaboration with relevant stakeholders, including civil society organizations, religious leaders, media outlets, tech companies, and social media platforms. History reminds us of the importance of respecting and cherishing diversity, managing it constructively, and allowing its peaceful and full expression. Religious diversity is a fundamental feature of human history. We should strive to promote education that specifically opens our mind to the other, those who are politically, culturally, and religiously different, and show them how the only future that works is one in which all people are respected as equals, whatever their faith or culture may be. We cannot promote tolerance if we only commit to pass draconian legislative laws, often a top-down process, to punish those whose beliefs are different from our own or think differently from us. Similarly, we cannot build peaceful and tolerant societies when sections of our communities are dehumanized, abused, or excluded from opportunities simply because of their beliefs or how they are dressed. Rather, we should support and encourage our people to see a world of fairness, justice, and empowerment. Ultimately, discrimination and exclusion undermine people's dignity, equality of citizenship, deprives them of their voice and ability to participate in public life. Let me state that one of the profound challenges facing humanity today is to guarantee religious freedom and beliefs without limiting the right to free speech or indeed other fundamental rights and freedoms enshrined in various human rights instruments. While it is important to guarantee free speech, no one should insult religions or beliefs of others because it is a direct affront to human dignity. However, the idea that a proper response to this affront is violence or murder of innocent citizens is unacceptable and contrary to the very ideal of human rights humanity has strived to achieve for centuries. Freedom of speech is fundamental to our cherished manifestation of our collective humanity. It is through our enduring faith in this universality, indivisibility, and interdependence of human rights and the rule of law that we can realize a society envisioned in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, in which all members of the human family can enjoy and exercise their fundamental rights and freedom in equality and dignity. Brothers and sisters in humanity, to conclude, I wish to stress that it is insufficient to offer only reactive solution to the attacks against freedom of religion and freedom of expression, the intolerance and discrimination based on religion or belief. Rather, more attention needs to be given to proactive solutions by dealing squarely with the underlying root causes of intolerance. The most rampant cause of intolerance and discrimination is the ignorance and lack of understanding of other religions or beliefs. This state of affairs breeds misunderstanding, fear, suspicion, or mistrust of those who do not share religions or beliefs accepted by the majority in our communities. It is this ignorance, when not checked or addressed, that lead to stereotypes, an enduring state of fear, distrust among the citizens, and ultimate conflicts. In addition to the role of religious leaders, prevention and elimination of intolerance based on attitude, practices, and patterns of religions and beliefs require also continuous education and interfaith dialogue. As a Muslim, I want to remind us that Islam is a religion lays down freedom in matters of religious beliefs. The Quran unequivocally declares there is no compulsion in matters of faith. Distinct is the way of guidance now from error. He who turns away from forces of evil and believes in God will surely hold fast to a handle that is strong and unbreakable. For God hears all and knows everything. Quran, Surah 2, verse 256. It is not surprising either that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, 1400 years ago, adopted the Charter of Medina, which guarantees religious freedom for all. Deeply worried by the popular interpretation of Islam based on medieval Jewish interpretation, which denies religious liberty and freedom of thought, Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya, president of the Abu Dhabi Peace Forum, convened in cooperation with the government of Morocco a conference in 2016. The outcome was the adoption of an important document known as the Marrakesh Declaration. It was signed by more than 250 Muslim religious leaders, heads of state, and scholars. And this declaration, based on the Medina Charter, aims to defend the rights of religious minorities in Muslim countries. And while addressing the IRF summit a couple of days ago in Washington, Bin Baya said, when all religions are at risk, it is in the best interest to join hands and cooperate with each other. I therefore challenge all of us present here to come up by the end of this conference with a stringent and clear message on the significance of religious liberty and freedom of expression in our today world in turmoil. Brothers and sisters in humanity, may the Lisbon Conference contribute to reinforce our conviction that communities and nations have nothing to fear from accepting other faiths and cultures in their society. Mutual respect is a sign of strength and not weakness. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Mr. President, for addressing us. Tenho o prazer de convidar a vir aqui à frente o Vice-Presidente da Comissão da Liberdade Religiosa, o Dr. Fernando Soares Loja, que hoje representará o Dr. Vera Jardim, por motivos pessoais não pôde estar presente. Muito obrigado.
Senhora Ministra da Justiça, a professora Catarina Sarmenti Castro, o Sr. Conselheiro Guilherme Oliveira Martins, Your Excellency Mr. Adama Dieng, Pastor Mário Brito, Presidente da Associação Internacional para a Defesa da Liberdade Religiosa, caro Dr. Paulo Sérgio Macedo, Secretário-Geral da Associação Internacional para a Defesa da Liberdade Religiosa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here before you on behalf of Mr. Vera Jardim, the President of the Religious Freedom Commission, who, unfortunately for health issues and following his doctor recommendations, could not join us today. However, Mr. Vera Jardim asked me to convey to you his best regards and express his best wishes for this conference. We believe this will be a remarkable conference and a much anticipated one. On behalf of the Religious Freedom Commission, I thank the President and the Secretary General of the International Association for Religious Liberty for not only have chosen Lisbon, but most of all, for having chosen such an important theme to be discussed: freedom of speech. Freedom of conscience and freedom of speech are basic human rights under threat in a growing number of countries, even traditional democratic countries, we would say, beyond suspicion. We are living odd times. The eldest members of the Religious Freedom Commission in Portugal still remember the days when, in Portugal, nobody could speak freely, namely about politics. And it was with great joy that every people welcomed the arrival of freedom of speech back in 1974. We took it for granted. But we fear now that we were mistaken. Europeans got rid of political oppressive regimes decades ago. But now in several countries, even here in Europe, citizens are paying the price for speaking openly, but not freely. It was a time, the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom. It was the age of foolishness. How Dickens would gaze at his countrymen and other Europeans if he could watch the way we are dealing with the most basic human rights, namely freedom of conscience and freedom of speech. This is indeed a much needed and a very timely conference. May God grant us the wisdom to find the way back to a system with full freedom of conscience and freedom of speech. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Dr. Soares Loja. Tenho o prazer de convidar a Sua Excelência, a Senhora Ministra da Justiça, Professora Doutora Catarina Sarmento e Castro, para se dirigir. Muito obrigado.
Monsieur le Président de l'Association internationale pour la défense de la liberté religieuse, Mr. Executive Administrator of the Foundation Carlos Gulbenkian, Mr. Ambassador, Mr. President of the Commission of Religious Freedom, and Mr. Vice President, Mr. President of the Honorary Committee of Association Internationale pour la défense de la liberté religieuse, Madam United Nations Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion or Belief, Mr. Director of the Trustees Branch of the United Nations High Commissariat for Refugees, distinguished members of the Working Group for Interreligious Dialogue from the High Commissariat for Migrations, distinguished representative of religion communities, of non-governmental organizations in the field of human rights, in particular religious freedom, distinguished moderators and participants on this conference, ladies and gentlemen. In this time of ours, we have been witnessing the worldwide resurgence of all forms of religiosity, from the awakening of Islam to the revival of Protestant evangelism, from the renewal of Christianity to the dissemination of new religiosities in Eastern Europe, from the resurgence of religions in China to the multiplication of churches in Africa. And if in Europe in particular, this resurgence is received with some surprise, perhaps it is because the social, economic, and political history of Europe has inadvertently distracted us from the evidence that religion is not only, and always has been, a symbolic and social domain that permeates the life of all of us, but also a possibility of bonding the individual citizens with a specific collective identity. This need of bonding and of belonging also materializes in the experience of citizenship as a social contract. But contrary to what was perhaps expected, citizenship did not replace religion, and today, the response of both religion and citizenship to that same need is marked by a curious convergence or even competition. Indeed, the rationalization and globalization of the borders between religious and secular spaces, resulting from the constitutional principles of the secularity of the state and the separation between states and churches, are being diluted, and for more than one reason. If, on one hand, our public and media space is increasingly occupied by the invaluable work of many religious organizations in favor of those dealing with the most challenging problems of humanity, such as hunger or war, it also confronts us with the news of events of radicalism and violence, with statements evoking religious motives to compel us to question how we are experiencing religious freedom and the principles of separation and cooperation between the state and religious communities. It is in this context, after all, that reflection on the articulation and healthy coexistence between the principles of freedom of expression and religious freedom becomes imperative. Hence, the enormous relevance of the topics that this conference proposes to tackle, namely the tension between freedom of religious expression and freedom of expression about religion, the limits of religious discourse and discourse about religion, or the effect of the constraint of speech on the rights of religious freedom. I therefore congratulate all those who are gathering here today for this reflection and this debate, since the common objective of putting religious discourse and discourse about religion at the service of the promotion of peace and understanding, I am sure, unites us all. The principle of religion's freedom and the exercise of this freedom are one of the mainstays of the democratic state of law, in the view of protecting religious conscience, protecting those individuals who practice a minority religion, but also to those who are faithful to the commandments of a majority religious creeds, or even those who do not have a religion, whether atheists or agnostics. This principle, therefore, implies not only the freedom to change religious or belief, but also the freedom to manifest one's religion or belief, alone or in common, both in public or in private areas, as prescribed by the Article 18 of Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In our country, the Constitution of the Portuguese Republic enshrines the separation between state and religion in an expression of inclusive secularism that must guarantee conditions for dialogue between religious communities to take place in the civic, political, and religious experience of each one of us. But the principle of the secularity of the state and the separation between state and religion should not prevent us from carrying out a continuous joint effort towards coexistence and dialogue between people of faith and agnostics. On the contrary, the principle of secularity of the state must imply the intransigent defense of tolerance as a way of guaranteeing that everyone can freely, without suffering discrimination or aggression, express their belief and their lack of belief. I will not dwell at length on the invaluable contribution that, in this matter, we owe to the Commission on Religious Freedom, an independent consulting body of the Portuguese Parliament and the government. But I will say that the Law 16 of 2021 of June, in which 25 years after the approval of the Portuguese Constitution created the Commission of Religious Freedom, and which resulted from a modern and inclusive vision of the Portuguese secularism. And I can tell you that, as a Minister of Justice, I feel very honored to have the support and helpful cooperation of Mr. Vera Jardim, President of the Commission of Religious Freedom, who has been, in fact, for many years and in many ways, central to the role that the Commission has played in promoting coexistence and dialogue between religious communities and between these and non-believers. That is central to tolerance, since tolerance presents itself as the recognition of diversity and respect for the identity of the other. In fact, due to religious pluralism, all citizens have the obligation to tolerate others, recognize diversity, and respect the identity of others. Therefore, if dialogue is possible, and it must be possible, this exercise of tolerance will inevitably have to take place within religion themselves. In other words, if Hans Kuhn is right, and there will be no peace between nations if there is no peace between religions, there will be no peace between religions if there is no dialogue between religions. Then everything must be done to promote this dialogue, which implies debating in good faith and in goodwill the difficulties that always emerge from attempts to harmonize principles and values considered fundamental, but that are not, for that reason, non-conflicting. Genuine dialogue requires respect for identities. And if those who join that dialogue must do it with the joy of their convictions, it is because the very authenticity and sincerity of that journey also calls them to keep alive the integrality of their own faith. Maybe affirming one's religion implies, by definition, denying all others as a logical consequence of faith. But it is in this context that religious tolerance must be the recognition of diversity and respect for the identity of the other, to guarantee that all can freely express their beliefs without fear of suffering discrimination or aggression. This is the proper setting from the debate on the issues of religious tolerance, has a limit to freedom of expression, a setting on which, moreover, the European Convention on Human Rights has something to say. Indeed, in Article 10, the European Convention on Human Rights, by ensuring freedom of expression, provides in its second paragraph for the possibility of limiting this right. But in what sense is that allowed? Let us remember that fundamental rights, including freedom of expression and religion, and religious freedom, can only be conceived in the context of an open public debate. And let us remember at the same time that democracies cannot be afraid of the debate. This means that the only ideas whose dissemination should be prohibited are those that prove to be incompatible with democratic principles, that is, those that incite hatred and that aim to restrict this public debate. Thus, the restrictions, sanctions, and formalities that the Convention imposes on freedom of expression must be interpreted restrictively and exclusively to defend the legitimate interests set out in the Convention. And this is undoubtedly the case of hate speech, unequivocally contrary to the values of tolerance, social peace, and non-discrimination underlying the Convention. allow me to briefly tell you, in this broader context, something about the Portuguese reality. Indeed, the fifth period report on Portugal by the Human Rights Committee on the United Nations on the application of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, adopted on April 2020, noted in the final remarks that Article 240 of our Penal Code restricts the criminal type to organized propaganda activities, not covering incitement to discrimination, and that the incriminating norm does not cover discrimination based on language and other situations. Therefore, the committee urged the Portuguese Republic to consider the possibility of amending Article 240 of the Penal Code in order to ensure its compatibility with Articles 20 and 26 of the Covenant, and to take all measures needed to guarantee that its application offers complete and effective substantive and procedural protection against discrimination on all grounds prohibited by the Covenant and in all areas and sectors, including incitement to discrimination, and to strengthen its efforts to combat intolerance, stereotypes, prejudice and discrimination against vulnerable and minority groups, including Roma communities, people of African descendants, Muslims and lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex people. On the other hand, as a part of a European Action Plan against racism, the European Commission has warned of serious concerns about whether national penal codes in general correctly criminalize hate speech and hate crimes. On this matter, one must enlighten, Portugal was one of the first member states to adopt a plan which was approved in 2021, the National Plan Against Racism and Discrimination, Portugal Against Racism, contemplating as one of the plan's activities the revision of the Article 240 of Penal Code, 240 of Penal Code. In this context, it is understandable that one of the priorities of the government program is precisely to reinforce the mechanisms to preventing and repressing hate speech, and the amendment to Article 204 of the Penal Code proved to be essential, and it is already in legislative circuits. The problems that will be addressed in this conference focused on the tension between freedom of speech and religion are very complex. You will struggle with many doubts. You will reflect on many points of tension. Let one certainty guide you. If we want religious freedom not to imply limiting freedom of expression, and to ensure that religious speech and about religion fulfill their role as promoters and keepers of peace and understanding, as they should. If the long-term objective is that all members of democratic society can peacefully express their ideas regarding their beliefs the beliefs of others in order to generate a public and constructive debate, then it is imperative to promote dialogue between different confessions and ethnic groups as the foundation of an education built by all, an education that promotes a better understanding on beliefs of others and consequently increases the level of tolerance in society. In Portugal, we face times where minority religious groups have and will keep the freedom to manifest their faith or any religious belief, which, as is well known, does not happen in other parts of the world. However, these peaceful, transitory moments of collective coexistence do not mean that we can or should take everything for granted. It is therefore with great intellectual curiosity, and with ineffable pleasure that we welcome you all and wish for the most fruitful debate on such an important matter. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Sra. Ministra da Justiça. Antes de encerrarmos a nossa primeira sessão, cerimónia de abertura, eu gostaria de convidar todos a que pudéssemos aproveitar este momento, até porque temos algum tempo dentro do nosso programa, a fazermos já a nossa fotografia de grupo. Portanto, eu convidava que pudéssemos ir à escadaria principal quando nos dirigirmos para a saída, todos juntos, que pudéssemos fazer a nossa fotografia e depois dirigimos-nos de imediato para o nosso coffee break. Estaremos aqui pelas 11 horas para iniciarmos os nossos trabalhos da segunda sessão, da primeira sessão de trabalhos propriamente dita. Em nome da Sra. Ministra, em nome do Dr. Guilherme Oliveira Martins, eu dou por encerrada a nossa sessão de abertura. Muito obrigado a todos. Dear guests and participants, thank you for being on time. I appreciate your attention. We are going to begin our first session on the program. And before giving the word to our moderator and before presenting him, we are going to announce. Some people asked us, because maybe you have some people at home, at your organizations, where they can follow the program. They can follow it. It's being streamed on iadlr.org. So if you want to send that information to people, you can watch the streaming on that location, our website. We would like to take each part of the session to acknowledge the presence of a group of people each time we come here to begin a session. We had the presence of the Minister of Justice, the Carl Nust Gulbenkian Foundation. From the United Nations, we have Professor Dr. Nazila Ghanea, the Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Religion and Belief, and Dr. Ibrahim Salamah, the Director of the Treaties Branch of the Human Rights Council. Thank you so much for being with us. From the Religious Liberty Commission, Dr. Fernando Soares Loja, who is in fact Vice President and also the moderator for the first session. And I would appreciate that in the name of IDLR, you could send our best to our dear Mr. President Vera Jardim, and that he can recover fully and as quickly as possible too. From the High Commission for Migrations, I would like to highlight the presence tomorrow of Dr. Sonia Pereira, the High Commissioner for Migrations, but we have today Dr. Fernando Neves, who is the Director of the Department of Integration and Valorization of Diversity. Dr. Fernando, não se importa de fazer sinal para que todos o conheçam? Thank you so much. Doutora Cristina Costa Gomes, Coordinator of the Interreligious Dialogue Working Group. Doutora Cristina, thank you so much. I will be presenting the groups at the beginning of each session. Thank you all for your attention. I will give the word to Dr. Soares Loja. Thank you for moderating the first session.
Thank you very much. Well, we have here a panel of three distinguished guests, and we are eager to learn from them. The first speaker is Professor Nazila Ghanea, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion and Belief. Professor Nazila Ghanea is Professor of International Human Rights Law, and though her nearly 30-year career has been rooted in academia, Professor Ghanea's academic work has often connected with multicultural practices and in international human rights law. She has contributed actively to networks interested in freedom of religion or belief, and its interrelationship with other human rights and advised states and other stakeholders. Professor Ghanea's work as a United Nations Special Rapporteur on freedom of religion and belief is focused on freedom of religion or belief based on the standards of the international law concerning human rights, and addresses the right of everybody to hold their own religion or belief, to change their beliefs, and to be able to manifest and share their beliefs. According to her own words, her goal is to support this independence, to keep the mandate impartial, focused on its main objectives so that it can strengthen our resolve to end discrimination based on religion or belief and freedom of religion or belief for everybody. Professor Ghanea, you are very welcome to Portugal. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you for the kind invitation. And thank you, Mr. Moderator, for your kind words. I'm sure you got the dates wrong, though. Surely I haven't been working here in 30 years. I can't be that old, but I'll go back and think about it later. I've been given around 40 minutes, but I'll try to keep it shorter than that so that we can also have the opportunity for an exchange. I know I'm speaking to a room of experts, but what I hope to do in the time we have in front of us is, knowing that this is the first session, I want to put out a sort of a template of the standards and mechanisms that we have available to us. I know the previous session also indicated some of that, but as a mandate holder, I thought it would be useful to recap and remind us of some of those standards, because I know that the subsequent sessions will go into more detail and give more focused attention to that. So I will paint a picture of some of the responsibilities of the mandate, and then also an overview of the mechanisms that we have, because indeed, at least the standards do go back on this topic for about 30 years. And perhaps that's where the date came from, and my involvement also came from. We all know, and we're all here because we are committed to the freedom of thought, conscience, religion, or belief as a foundational human right. Some of us also supplement that with an ethical commitment, a religious commitment, and a moral commitment. So that can reinforce what is otherwise a legal standard and a normative standard. We all agree that it is the freedom for everyone to believe and to live their lives according to that belief. And we recognize that this is upheld in the normative and legal sense in many international and regional standards. In a slightly tongue-in-cheek way, in the forthcoming report, my first report, which will be to the Human Rights Council, I critique the allegation that human rights is Western, and I say, well, if we're looking at it in terms of inspiration and the historic building blocks that led us to the UN human rights standards, one could easily also claim that they are Eastern in origin. Why not? So, in terms of impulse and inspiration, they do draw from many civilizations, and even the drafters of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights did come from different backgrounds. So the fact that freedom of religion or belief is repeated in many constitutions, in many regional systems, and in many standards also speaks to its universality. We know that it is upheld in Article 18, the freedom of thought, conscience, religion, or belief is upheld in Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and also in the same Article 18 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. I was very disturbed recently to hear that in some regions of the world, the fact that these standards talk about thought, conscience, religion, or belief has led to some states saying that, oh, we will uphold freedom of religion, but not belief. But it is very clear from the travaux, from everything that has been written about these standards and our understanding over the decades, that it's not that the state is invited to make a choice between thought, conscience, religion, and belief. The word "or" means to include, that one cannot deny the protection of Article 18 because one doesn't recognize the claimants as holding a religion. The fact that they have a conscience, which of course can come from a religious inspiration and commitment or not, or an ethical commitment or a humanist commitment. Of course, that is what is meant by belief. But it just warns us that we need to be very careful in reiterating these standards that may be more than 70 years old, but perhaps intentional misunderstandings sometimes creep into some regional understandings, and we need to reinstate and reiterate what is meant by these standards. Because otherwise the governments and regions will be claiming that they are compliant, and they will be deviating from the standards that we have developed. The role of the UN Special Rapporteur, of course, is to uphold this freedom. The mandate has a legal and normative imperative to which the international community has given sustained attention since the founding of the United Nations, and indeed before. this freedom is not the subject matter of a standalone legal treaty, but it carries the weight of that protection, I would argue, when we consider the numerous binding and compelling standards that uphold this freedom at every level, along with the clarification that has come in the jurisprudence. We have had, for example, just from this region, from the European Court of Human Rights, more than 100 judgments addressing freedom of religion or belief. We have not had enough, other regions of the world with courts have not had so much jurisprudence, and I would like to see that become more active in the years ahead. But we also have, next month will be 37 years since this mandate has existed. So the mandate practice is also a consideration in terms of the commitment of freedom of religion or belief. Now, let's go back and let's remind ourselves that in 1946, the UN Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, identified the prevention of discrimination on grounds of race, sex, language, or religion, and the protection of minorities as two of the 4 areas of focus for the Commission on Human Rights. What was the Commission on Human Rights? It was the predecessor of the UN Human Rights Council, and it was the foremost international body to advance human rights. So 2 of its 4 areas of focus related to our topic here today. It related to non-discrimination and the protection of minorities. We have that protection on minorities, of course, strengthened in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, where in Article 27 it says that religious minorities should, as well as others, but this is my focus, religious minorities should be able to enjoy their own culture, to profess and practice their own religion, or to use their own language. Then we had a special rapporteur of the Subcommission on the Prevention of Discrimination and Protection of Minorities, Arkot Krishnaswamy, who had a study of discrimination in matter of religious rights and practices, and this study was produced in 1960. At that time, we didn't have the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, but already he recognizes the parameters that still guide us today. So purely on the basis of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, he outlines the importance of Article 18 and 29 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and that limitations to manifestation of religion or belief is only legitimate if enforced solely for one or several of the purposes mentioned in Article 29 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. What are those? They are for the purpose of meeting the just requirements of morality, public order, and the general welfare in a democratic society. He emphasizes that this holds not only the acts of the executive and of the subordinate, this relates not only to the acts of the executive and subordinate government authorities, but the law itself should not violate manifestation of freedom of religion or belief other than in relation to these limitations. And he stresses that the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion has a distinctive character, and he says that this is because of the demands of various religions and beliefs on their followers, and that these are not identical. And he recognizes that this protection of freedom of religion or belief can only be limited if it runs counter to the common good of society without any arbitrary judgment being exercised. So, no discrimination in terms of limitations to freedom of religion or belief, and the importance of strict adherence to the limitations regime when a government is restricting manifestation of freedom of religion or belief. He already foresaw this in 1960, and we still need to be reminded about it. Then what was the impulse behind the creation of the 1981 Declaration on the Elimination of Discrimination on Religion or Belief? And what was the trigger that later on led to the creation of the mandate 37 years ago? Well, interestingly enough, it was events that exactly relate to freedom of religion or belief and freedom of expression. So it was in 1962 that the UN General Assembly was deeply disturbed by the manifestations of discrimination based on differences of race, color, and religion, I'm quoting, still in evidence throughout the world. Actually, these were primarily riots in Europe that were occurring in 1962. And for this reason, the UN General Assembly asked that there should be 2 conventions drawn up on the elimination of racial discrimination and religious intolerance. So religion and expression, religion or belief and expression are critical in the very founding of a number of the mechanisms we have today. So the General Assembly, the drafting process begins. It is recognized that the drafting of an instrument on religious intolerance is proving more tricky and more contentious. So the focus shifts to first drafting an instrument focused on racial intolerance. And by 1965, we have the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination that was adopted by the General Assembly. And it took many more years. It took until 1981 until a declaration was adopted on the elimination of all forms of intolerance and of discrimination based on religion or belief. It took 2 decades to come to this short declaration of 8 articles, and this speaks to the politicization and contestations around drafting an instrument addressing religious intolerance. Because there was no treaty in sight, in 1986, then the UN Commission on Human Rights decides to appoint a UN Special Rapporteur. It was first called a UN Special Rapporteur on Religious Intolerance, and at the request and suggestion of Professor Abdul Fattah Amor, and I met several of you who knew him well, the late Professor Abdul Fattah Amor, but it was at his request in the year 2000 that the name of the mandate was changed to Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion or Belief. Did you know that this mandate was the 6th mandate, thematic mandate ever created by the United Nations? 2 of those 6 mandates no longer exist, so it's of the 4 longest standing mandates of the United Nations system. So perhaps this illustrates something of the importance that is given to this human rights concern, but also to the scale of the challenge that still haunts us today. Even in March 2022, when the Human Rights Council renews this mandate for another 3 years, that was in Resolution 49.5, we can recognize its attention to freedom of expression and freedom of religion or belief. It expresses deep concern at emerging obstacles to the enjoyment of this right. It urges states to take appropriate action to promote mutual understanding through education and dialogue. It expresses concern at acts of violence, the rise of religious extremism, incidents of religious hatred, discrimination, intolerance, and violence, manifested through derogatory stereotyping, negative profiling, and the stigmatization of individuals on the basis of religion or belief, attacks on religious places and sites, and the vandalism of cemeteries, all of these being illustrative of freedom of expression and freedom of religion or belief. In recognizing the mandate and also giving attention to that resolution, I think we can identify 3 areas, 3 aspects to the work of freedom of religion or belief and this mandate. One is, more narrowly, freedom of religion or belief as we see in Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. We've all memorized this, the right to have, adopt, change religion or belief, and the right to manifest it not only alone, but with others and in public, and its manifestation. So this is the narrower, let's say the inner circle, if you like, of freedom of religion or belief? Well, maybe not the inner circle, because another dimension of the work is to address all all discrimination on the basis of religion or belief. So I don't know, should that be the inner circle, or is it part of that circle? I haven't thought about how it fits together exactly, except to recognize that, of course, non-discrimination on the basis of religion or belief is also critical. Now, a third aspect that I think the resolution and its illustrations also support is the targeting of individuals based on or in the name of religion or belief. So, this relates to other rights and also relates to everyone, regardless of whether they are claiming their Article 18 rights. Yeah? So what the mandate has used, and I can refer to many mandate holders, is that the emphasis is on saying in the name of religion or belief. We are not theologians, or even if we were theologians, like Professor Bielefeld in fact was, we are not working in that theological capacity. Okay? So this is a human rights capacity and mandate. Therefore, I think it's only proper that we say in the name of religion or belief. It's for others to ponder and to distill and to discuss theologically whether it is actually a religious motivation behind it or not. For human rights purposes, what matters is that this violation or this restriction or this discrimination is being called for in the name of religion or belief. And this, of course, can lead to discrimination, hostility, violence, and violating the rights of others. So all of these dimensions are important. What we see over development, especially over the last 10 years, is that we shouldn't only look at this negative of violations in the name of the religion or belief, because there are also responses and calls for elevation, Christina has advised me, is in the literature, elevation in the name of religion or belief. So, religion or belief need not only be a call for restricting, it can be a call for not only respecting human rights, but also going beyond human rights standards. So in terms of this positive dimension, I think we'll hear from Dr. Ibrahim Salama about one of the responses is Faith for Rights and the Beirut Declaration. There's also the Fez Plan of Action that recognizes that, in fact, religious leaders can play a positive role. So let's not only say that religion or belief is called for in the human rights sphere for violations, it certainly is, sadly. And if you look at the preamble of the 1981 Declaration, it gives a long history of all the calamities that have been perpetuated and suffered in the name of religion or belief in the past. So we can't deny that. But, there is also the positive dimension that religion or belief can strengthen respect for human rights, and I would even say supersede mere legal standards to calling for a higher standard. Now, what do we see in terms of the communications that come to the mandates? And by communications, I mean, the term that is used is allegation letters. So, if you, with all the rich experiences that you have and the engagements you have at the grassroots, see a violation of freedom of religion or belief, there's a simple web page, there's an email you can send in, what at that point is called an allegation letter, because, the mandate doesn't go to investigate legally, independently, at the grassroots, to confirm or not exactly what is happening. So it's an allegation. I prefer the term communication. So you report it, and the mandate does a quick fact check. It also ensures that there is the permission of the victims in order to pursue this. It also details the legal grounds of what may be violations that are being experienced, and it sends that on behalf of the victims and the intermediaries to the government concerned and says, we have heard reports of this, this, and this date, these incidents. They would seem to be in violation of all of these commitments that you have. Please, may you respond. At that point, it is not made public. The state concerned is given 60 days to respond. And then all of this is public, if you know where to look, on the UN website in terms of communications. So what is the mandate seeing in terms of this area of freedom of expression and freedom of religion or belief? I think we all agree that, and the previous panel spoke to this, that these rights should be mutually reinforcing, that, expression is also crucial to freedom of religion or belief itself, and that, we should really operationalize and be committed to these rights being inalienable, indivisible, interdependent, and interrelated. But what comes to the mandate? Well, serious violations continue, as we all know from looking around us. And in 2019, my predecessor, Professor Ahmad Shahid, estimated that around 58% of the previous 665 communications that had come to the mandate, that is between 2004 and 2019, 58% of them addressed violations of freedom of expression and freedom of religion or belief. So, this field has been, I've argued, it triggered the 1962 resolution. It has been evident from the 40s onwards, and it continues to be experienced as quite a dominant burden or call for assistance from the mandate. What are some of the ones that we have sent out in the last 6 months that I have been in this mandate? They have included the fatwa issued by the former Iranian head of state against the author Salman Rushdie and the publishers of his book, The Satanic Verses, calling for his killing on the basis of blasphemy. Is anybody surprised that this should be a concern of this mandate? No? Okay, good. Because I want to be quite strict about which communications the mandate carries. There is sort of something of a solidarity of supporting each other amongst the mandate holders, but I think I need to stick to the parameters of the instruction I have, if you like. So clearly this is the third of the dimensions, right? It's violations in the name of religion or belief. Another, the detention, sentencing, and ill treatment of a particular religious minority following their participation in peaceful protests and in relation to their human rights and media work. Is that clear, clearly, squarely in relation to this mandate and this topic? Arbitrary arrest and administrative sanctions against Protestants in Vietnam for having celebrated a UN Day. And which UN Day? The 22nd of August International Day commemorating the victims of acts of violence based on religion or belief. They were gathering in a home amongst themselves to mark this day, and they were arrested and sanctioned. We're all convinced? It relates, okay? The prosecution of an atheist in the Maldives for attempting to disrupt, allegedly, to disrupt religious unity by expressing his belief through social media. And then the receipt of death threats by him by others. Increasing patterns of gender-based violence online in India, where the perpetrators did many things, but amongst the actions was the auctioning of Indian Muslim women and the discussion of fantasies about sexual violence against them. The prosecution of a Christian pastor in Nepal for allegedly having outraged religious feelings of other communities by peacefully practicing and preaching his religion or belief. This violated national laws that prohibited proselytism. And the conviction of 2 individuals in Somaliland due to their conversion to Christianity. And as a result of that, they had committed blasphemy, they had insulted the state religion because of their membership, and because they declared that they had become Christians on a Christian group on Facebook. So this is only a selection, this is not the fully representative. But I want to just, from this very small and unrepresentative sample, what we can gather is that the hype around this so-called conflict between freedom of religion or belief and freedom of expression hangs on extreme scenarios in which religion or belief incites and perpetuates violence and attacks, or where religion or belief demonizes and dehumanizes, or where expression makes religion and religiosity impossible. So, for example, that any perceived criticism purely extinguishes the possibility of sacredness and religious belonging. These are quite extreme examples. I'm not saying they don't happen. Unfortunately, they do. But, and of course, I know that the more extreme examples won't come as a communication to the special rapporteur, because we are talking about, you know, the beginning of a civil war or a conflict or something that is going to implode in a society. But nevertheless, I want to suggest that when we are looking at many of the instances of violations, they don't really touch upon the extremities that are being claimed. What we see from the communications are, in fact, a death threat raised by a head of state, detention and ill-treatment of a religious minority, the arrest and sanctioning of a religious minority for peacefully gathering, state prosecution due to expression of belief through social media, no state protection following despite death threats, the lack of state protection against gender-based sexual violence against women belonging to a religious minority, the prosecution of a religious leader for peaceful practice and teaching, and conviction resulting from conversion, because it is alleged that mere conversion insults state religion and blasphemy. But actually, it's because of their belonging and having changed their religion or belief. So these charges of blasphemy and apostasy are camouflaging violence. And what we are seeing is that, you know, it says blasphemy or apostasy, but actually it is the state itself that is failing in its duty to protect and to respect human rights, regardless of any, you know, without any bias on the basis of religion or belief. So, you know, we need to be cautious that we are not legitimizing state-driven or endorsed violations of human rights and aggravating discrimination against religious or belief minorities in the name of protecting freedom of religion or belief from freedom of expression. Is that clear? You know, from this sample, you know, the states since 1999 at the UN until the Rabat Plan of Action were calling upon more instruments against freedom of expression, but we mustn't be blind to the risk that they will use it to violate religious minorities more, to discriminate on the basis of religion or belief more, and for failing due process, equality before the law, and equality. So the legal framework that we have and have developed for freedom of expression and freedom of religion or belief, and with this I will end, are diverse. I would suggest that when it comes to incitement, we turn to Article 20 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, but also Resolution 1618 and the Rabat Plan of Action. If we are experiencing or there's the risk of atrocity crimes, then we have the instruments and the development of the Fez Plan of Action and its +5 outcome document. If there's the experience, the actual experience, rather than the hype or the, you know, the hype. If there's violence and discrimination, then we have the limitation regime of Article 18, but also Article 19. For apostasy, we must turn to Article 18.2 and Article 18.3 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. For blasphemy, we must turn to General Comment 34 of the UN Human Rights Committee. And for positive opportunities, we have the Faith for Rights and Beirut Declaration, also Fez Plan of Action. And for all of these concerns, we must remind ourselves of Article 5 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and Article 18.2. Let me just turn to them. Article 18.2 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights says that no one shall be subject to coercion, which would impair his freedom to have or to adopt a religion or belief of his choice. So we mustn't inadvertently be assisting coercion or to be extinguishing the possibility of people to adopt, have, and change a religion or belief of their choice. And in all of this, we need to be mindful of Article 5.1 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, that nothing, no right, can be interpreted as implying for any state, group, or person any right to engage in any activity or perform any act aimed at the destruction of any of the rights and freedoms recognized in human rights, okay? So we cannot use freedom of expression to extinguish freedom of religion or belief, and we cannot use freedom of religion or belief in order to destroy, to extinguish freedom of expression. So we have many tools and mechanisms, and before we try to reinvent the wheel and start a new normative instrument, we should at least have been exhausted these and applied them carefully and consistently at the grassroots. Now, the organizers asked me to briefly address some of the work of the mandate. We all know that the mandates work through communications, reporting thematically, and country visits. The mandate is deeply reliant on the work of stakeholders and civil society in being able to carry out its responsibilities. And over the last 5-6 months, I've been fortunate enough to join 25 public events, around 10 trainings. I've met dozens of stakeholders in many parts of the world and had a number of academic visits, including this one. There have been 23 communications in the first 4.5 months of the mandate, and they have addressed, countries from Asia to Africa and beyond. I've also joined 13 statements by other mandate holders, and I've requested country visits to Brazil, Egypt, Indonesia, Nigeria, Mauritius, and Tajikistan, and so far the last 2 have actually progressed to giving me a date for such a country visit. It'll be interesting to know that the mandate over the last 37 years has visited 45 countries. And I'm very mindful of the geographic spread and diversity of those 45 in order to try and address gaps and try to give attention to parts of the world that have not been addressed through country reports by the mandate before. In the forthcoming report next month, I look at the landscape of freedom of religion or belief, and that's the report to the Human Rights Council, to recognize that this field is very different to how it looked 10 years ago. I know the experience of this movement and this group stretches back to the late 1800s, you said. 1893, you said. So, that's a long history, but I'm sure you would also have witnessed that we have many more actors working under the umbrella of freedom of religion or belief, development, humanitarian work, human rights work, peace building. So, let's look at where we are at, and, I have to be concerned about what that means, about what can be the value added of the meager resources of this mandate. In the subsequent reports, I want to open up the debate more to, we all observe violations by the state, and, calling out those violations and recognizing them and calling on the state to respect its obligations is hugely important. It will not go away. But when we are experiencing discrimination, intolerance on the basis of religion or belief in a particular place at a particular time, there are many authorities that are impactful in either respect or violations of human rights, from the government, but also from wider society. So planning permission, parliamentarians, municipal organizations, national human rights institutions, human rights organizations, and religious leaders and communities can all shape and impact the experience of violations or respect of freedom of religion or belief. So I try to acknowledge that in the General Assembly report, to say that, there are many other authorities that can play a role here and do play a role, whether for the positive or negative. So I hope that gives a glimpse of the mandate, and I'm happy to take any questions if there's time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. And we would take some questions if you wish to address what we have heard here, if you want to address directly. Okay. Do we? Yes, please.
And Natsila, just a quick question about the certain point of your presentation that was very interesting. You mentioned something about emphasizing only the negative aspects of religion and freedom of religion. I know that the work of the special rapporteurs is mostly about violation, like a radiography of what is going wrong in our societies. Now, the problem with freedom of religion is that I would say it's more or less a special fundamental right, in the sense that it has definite protagonists, main actors, in the name of religious communities, churches, and if you transmit by those reports those lots of violation that sometimes the targets of the violations have religious communities, but other times the responsible for the violation are religious communities themselves, be it of freedom of religion or other fundamental rights, you may inadvertently transmit the idea that religion is a sort of nuisance to mankind. It's a sort of a swarm of horseflies that mankind would work much better without them. And therefore, whenever you provide stronger support for freedom of religion, you are giving more space to the swarm of horseflies. So is there any way that in the mandates like yours, because some people are actually interested in transmitting, in disseminating this wrong, partial, biased view of religion. Is there any way you can do something about that in your mandate? Thanks.
Yes.
I think that's excellent. Thank you for that. I've tried to reflect that by saying, okay, there are these three aspects of the mandate. And then in the third aspect, that is violations in the name of religion or belief, to also say, effectively inspiration from religion or belief. So I think I have, thankfully, you have to go with your mandate and you can't depart from it drastically. But in the illustrations in the resolution that renewed the mandates last March, there are examples, it calls for training and dialogue and interfaith and intercultural dialogue. So they don't state it as the positive contribution of religion or belief, but I have inferred from that the positive contribution of religion or belief. Now, when it comes to communications, many of it's a human rights framework. Some of the communications are coming through the Special Rapporteur on Prohibition of Torture or extrajudicial killings or the Working Group for Discrimination Against Women and Girls. So, there are many examples coming that are in relation to violations in the name of religion or belief. And I think for those who are, active and committed to their religion or belief, I don't think we should see a problem with calling out violations in the name of religion or belief, because in any case, in the vast majority of situations, they are perpetuated by the state in the name of religion or belief. Or even if they are not, the state is not complying with its human rights obligations by stopping it or responding to it or ensuring that justice is, there's due process and there is justice. So I don't feel that there should be a conflict between recognizing the violations in the name of religion or belief. In fact, maybe it liberates religion or belief to be what it is. But, there might be a divergence of views on that. But with the communications, I am mindful to try and hit all of these three aspects. But I can't play with it. I'm not the one who says, please, can you go and make sure that there is a communication that also draws from the positive examples of faith communities. But in this landscaping paper, I recognize all the positives that also, have really, very briefly, because 10,000 words in the end is very little, especially when you've put in all the essential UN requirements, then it becomes about 8,000 words, etc. But I have tried to at least footnote many examples of the positives. But It is the human rights framework, so I have to also reflect what comes to the mandate. Any suggestions you have about how I can do that more is very welcome. But I will be mindful of it in country visits and in thematic reports without diluting or not addressing violations in the name of religion or belief alongside that. But I think the first dimension is very, I think there is the risk of this mandate getting really overcome with violations in the name of religion or belief and forgetting freedom of religion or belief itself. So, in all the communications I join with other mandate holders, they are rarely actually upholding freedom of religion or belief in the narrow Article 18 sense. They are either discrimination or they are violations in the name of religion or belief. So I need to put some emphasis on that first one because nobody else will really be doing it. And I can call on the Special Rapporteur on minority issues to join me, sometimes one or two others, but that becomes the more kind of, it has to remain in the mandate, otherwise nobody else will do it.
Thank you so much. We can just have just one brief question, please.
Very quickly, Nazila, I think it's very lucid, your reference to Article 5. I myself who work with these articles all the time and didn't notice it is reconciliatory potential in terms of tensions between rights. And I think this is a taboo and an elephant in the room of the human rights architecture, the issue of tensions between rights. Do you see as a future potential that maybe a general comment or a collaborative work between you and Human Rights Committee on the potential, a contrario notion, not using rights against rights, but the positive reading of it is the necessity of optimizing rights together. And the different techniques to do this, focusing on freedom of religion because it's the most flagrant in terms of its potential tensions with other rights, particularly freedom of religion. Is there a potential work to do? Is there a missing, probably general comment or some joint action between you and the relevant rapporteur? Thank you.
I haven't thought about that, and I think that's it's worth giving more attention to. I think it's important to bring in Article 5 more, but the general comment we have on Article 18 is 30 years old this year. It's still really valid, and we still fall short in addressing it. And I keep coming across this, that it came to the UPR of two countries, Universal Periodic Review of two countries, and one looks back 4.5 years and thinks all the recommendations from 4.5 years ago have only got worse and none of them have been advanced. You look at the General Comment 22 on Article 18 from 30 years ago, there's still a lot of mileage in it. You look at one of the countries I'm visiting, the last time it was visited 26 years ago. Some of the victim groups were, just last night, were saying, those recommendations from 26 years ago still valid. In another example, I was looking at recommendations from 1995 from Professor Amor, actually, from a country visit. Still a lot of mileage in them. So sadly, there is still mileage in what we have, but we can acknowledge more of of what you suggest in a new general comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Nazila Ghania, for your brilliant presentation and your answers. And we are moving on, and next lecturer is Professor Jonatas Machado. He is the Dean of Faculty of Law in Coimbra. He has been Professor of International Law, European Union Law, Constitutional Law, and Tax Law. I think I didn't miss anything. But in recent years, he has served as Executive Director of the Ius Gentium Conimbrige Center for Human Rights. He is part of the list of conciliators of the conciliation body of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. He has published several books, some of them landmarks in our country, and scientific articles on different themes of constitutional law, tax law, international law, and European Union law. He is also a member of the Honorary Committee of the International Association for the Defense of Religious Liberty. So we welcome you. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fernando Loja. In you and through you, let me greet all the participants of this event, and a special word to Reverend Paulo Macedo, and thanks for his kind invitation. So I will bring here the topic of freedom of expression and religious communities in polarized societies, in ideologically polarized societies. Let me start with Karl Popper. Karl Popper, as you know, was a Jewish philosopher from the beginning of the 20th century. He lived in Vienna, and he was close to the Wiener Kreis of philosophers, but not that much. And he was concerned with the situation of his time, the fascism on the rise, communism on the rise, and he was worried about the authoritarianism, and eventually he saw also Nazism flourish in Germany. And then he moved to England, to Cambridge, where he had a strange fight with another Jewish philosopher, Ludwig Wittgenstein, and Ludwig Wittgenstein actually held a poker, a metal rod used to stir up fire, and he tried to hit Karl Popper with this poker as they were discussing, because Ludwig Wittgenstein, he saw philosophy as a discussion about the meaning of words, propositions. And Karl Popper, he saw philosophy as a way of building a democratic society, a free society, an open society. So we thought that philosophers had this social responsibility of contributing to create a free society. And so he denounced the works of other philosophers, whom he called authoritarian philosophers, such as Plato, Hegel, and Marx, because they were deterministic, they were totalitarian, and he defended the open society. And he had this commitment to individual freedom, the critical debate of ideas, the critical exchange of ideas, and the openness and indetermination of society. And I must say that he had this commitment to truth, but he thought that we would attain truth by falsifying, different propositions. So, contrary to some religious groups that think that they have already the truth that is already defined, he said, no, we attain truth by falsifying, by showing that some propositions are false. And from falsification to falsification, we get closer to the truth. So he thought that the critical process in society should be open to, to conjectures and refutations, trials and errors. And so, in a way, we all, our own beliefs should be subject to this conjecture and refutation. Should be subject to this permanent critical engagement in society. So I think it's a good start. Of course, I hope that you understand that in 30 minutes I have to oversimplify everything I say. I know things are very much nuanced, but I will have to oversimplify, of course. I will skip this article because Professor Nazila already spoke about the human rights framework, and we are all familiar with this. But let me explain what I mean by ideologically divided societies. Ideologically divided societies or polarized societies are societies in which we find different philosophical foundations. For instance, during Christendom in Europe, we had only a Christian foundation. And then after the Protestant Reformation, we had different opinions, different flavors of Christianity, but still there was a dominant Christian worldview. But now we have different worldviews. We have positivism, materialism, existentialism, utilitarianism, pragmatism, postmodernism, critical theories. This means that the days in which there was an agreed upon Christian mindset are gone. And so this means that societies become more and more complex, and there are fundamental disagreements in our societies, in issues such as the origin, meaning, and destiny of life. You know, people disagree about these subjects. You know, there is no consensus, many opinions over these topics. Human nature and social values. You know, what is human nature? What is a man? What is a woman? What is sex? What is gender? You know, what is human nature? You know, we speak of human rights, but there is not a consensus about what is human and about what are rights. And so this is problematic. The foundation, content, and limits of human rights. You know, I work in human rights, and I must admit that it is becoming a very difficult place to be, because it's not obvious what we mean when we speak about, you know, for instance, the privacy. What is privacy? What does this encompass? What is religion? What is expression? What is conscience? What is family? It's very complicated, you know, lots of discussions, lots of debates, and it seems that there is no objective truth, objective standard, so it becomes your opinion against my opinion, and it's problematic. The harmonization of community stability with individual freedom. You know, how can you protect individuals without becoming individualistic? How can you protect collective interests without becoming collectivistic? You know, so what is the Pareto optimal position on this issue? So these are very sensitive, and another point that has been studied also in some scholarship is the idea that sometimes societies can be so ideologically divided that even if there is an external enemy, because, you know, sometimes there was this idea, Freud find, you know, enemy, friend and foe distinction, and societies sometimes try to come together when they had this external enemy. But now, even with the external enemy, they don't come together anymore, because the external enemy now is a friend of one of the factions, of the ideological factions. So the external enemy is looked upon by some sectors as the friend that comes to save us from our internal enemies. And so this is a phenomenon that is being studied, and it shows that we live really in ideologically divided societies. And we see this in the United States, we see this in Brazil, we see this in Europe. Even in Europe, for instance, when we speak of some countries like Hungary and things like that, you know, we see that Russia is probably the friend that, and not so much the enemy. So we see that, you know, this is complicated, I admit, and I hope that you do justice to, you know, to acknowledge that I know that this is nuanced, is complicated, but I'm simplifying this here. And now we have this freedom of expression. What can we expect from freedom of expression in ideologically divided societies? You know, the origins of freedom of expression can be seen in John Milton, John Stuart Mill, Oliver Wendell Holmes, Karl Popper, and things like that. We have this United Nations framework. We know that it has a subjective and objective dimension, a wide regulatory and protection scope, the idea of prohibition of censorship, a strict restrictions regime, and this idea of trying to come up with the solutions when there are conflicts of rights that allow for practical concordance, social integration, and maximum effectiveness as tools to solve conflicts of rights. Of course, I know that this is easier said than done. You know, in constitutional law, we have these principles that try to allow us to sort out conflicts of rights and come up with a balancing solution, but it's not easy, and it's becoming difficult by the day. Let me quote the European Court of Human Rights in a very famous case. You know, this segment here, in which they implicitly acknowledge that there is this dialectical tension between rights, in polarized and divided societies. Freedom of expression not only applies to information or ideas that are welcomed or considered harmless or indifferent, but encompasses ideas that offend, shock, or disturb the state or any sector of the population. So you know, this means that freedom of expression will not necessarily bring peace and concordance to the world, but sometimes dialectical tension, sometimes real ideological conflict. And nobody said it was easy, you know. So it is not easy to deal with this tension. Another judge from the UK, in a very famous case, he said, Lord Justice Sedley, he said, freedom of expression includes not only the harmless, but the irritating, the contentious, the eccentric, the heretical, the unwanted, and the provocative, as long as it does not tend to provoke violence. It's not worth having freedom just to speak harmlessly. From Socrates' condemnation to the persecution of contemporary writers and journalists, our world has seen many examples of state control of unofficial ideas. So another acknowledgement that you know, freedom of expression in societies that don't have this common framework of values can be complicated. You know, can be complicated. What are the substantive goals of freedom of expression? Why is it that freedom of expression is still important? Individual autonomy. So we are communicative beings. We like to create content. We like to create meaning. So it's important for us. We like to speak about, to express our opinions about everything. We go to a movie, we speak about the movie. We go to a religious service, we speak about that. We go to school, we like to give our opinions on all matters, all different matters. So individual autonomy is important. Also the pursuit of truth and knowledge. You know, as Karl Popper would say, sorry, the pursuit of truth and knowledge. Sorry, in the academy, it's important democracy and the rule of law. You cannot have democracy without freedom of expression. You know, it is not enough to give everyone the right to vote if people cannot, make up their minds freely on the politicians, on the policies that they are going to choose. You know, the idea of also a free marketplace of ideas, this notion that ideas should be disseminated from bottom up in a decentralized way without authoritarian enforcer of ideas. The let off steam, you know, the exhaust valve, you know, the idea that sometimes the pressure increases and so freedom of expression is a way of letting off steam, letting people express themselves when they are frustrated, when they are angry. And also this peaceful transformation of society. The idea that when we speak together, when we know the points of view of each other, we understand better the opinions of each other, where people come from, why they think what they think, and so that allows for the peaceful transformation of society. For instance, we know that many centuries ago, the Protestant Reformation brought many conflicts, religious conflicts between Protestants and Catholics. But, you know, a system of freedom of religion, freedom of expression, created the conditions for open communication, and the prejudices and biases fell, and now interaction is perfectly normal and productive and friendly and cooperative. So we see that freedom of expression has this possibility. But of course, it also has some risks. Not everything is bright. Sometimes we have the risk of too much information, and sometimes an information overload is not that good at all. It's less information. And we have also the dangers of disinformation, manipulation, the dissemination of antisocial behavior, moral depravity, resonance chambers and bubbles. This means chambers where people talk to each other and they don't listen to the others who think differently anymore. They are in a bubble. They are in a social media bubble, for instance, and they don't discuss anymore. They form these ideas of the other, and so they don't talk anymore with each other. They talk past each other. Ideological polarization. You know, many authors claim that the social media, for instance, they have contributed to the radicalization of societies in ways that are unprecedented. And sectarism and violence. We have seen, for instance, we have had the cases of the invasion of the Capitol in the United States, and then later on the invasion of the Congress in Brazil, and we have this sectarianism and violence. The danger lurks. And there is also another effect that we see now in polarized societies, that is the emperor's new clothes effect. The emperor's new clothes effect. Don't dare to talk. We all know the story of the emperor's new clothes. It is Hans Christian Andersen's story. You know, he talks about two swindlers, two guys that came to the capital of a given kingdom, and there was this emperor, and they tried to convince the emperor that they could produce wonderful garments for the emperor, and and the emperor would be pleased, the subjects would be pleased, and things like that. So they acted as if they were preparing the emperor's clothes, and then they acted as if they were dressing the clothes to the emperor. But you know, some people were suspicious because they didn't see any clothes. But the guys, the swindlers, said, no, the clothes are so pure, so fine, so transparent. You probably cannot see them, but they are real. They were suspicious, but they didn't want to criticize because they were afraid to being stupid. Looked as stupid, as idiots, as biased in some way. So they didn't have the courage to speak, because there was this idea: if you speak, you are stupid, you are an idiot, and so now we live in a situation in which there is this effect. When do we experience this effect? For instance, when we want to address LGBT ideology, it seems that you cannot do that. You can, even if you are not totally in agreement with this idea, this identity politics, this idea of creating your idea on the basis of your identity, on the basis of your physical impulses. Even if you are not totally comfortable with the impact on the family, on children, and things like that, you cannot touch that issue. You cannot address the issue. And gender ideology, which is different, because LGBT is more centered on the impulses of the body, whereas gender ideology is more centered on the impulses of the mind. It's forget your body. Your body is not important. You are what you think you are, regardless of your body. You can deny your body, but then people say, that's strange. It's strange that a woman would be a woman just because it feels like a woman, even if the body is the body of a man, but you cannot touch that area, because if you do, you are stupid, you are bigoted, you are prejudiced, you are an idiot, or something like that. So it's another topic. Another topic is critical race theory. If you are critical of a system that discriminates against some ethnic groups and things like that, you should not be allowed in the universities. You should not be allowed in the schools. You should be quiet. But then you say, yeah, but the system is not fair enough. There is this discrimination. But you don't talk about that. You cannot talk about that. Don't talk about that issue. Abortion, for instance, if you discuss the recent case Dobbs versus Jackson in the United States, and if you are against abortion, you may get yourself in trouble. You may be attacked, or if you have a different position, if you are pro abortion, you also can be threatened. And so there is this idea. Don't talk about these subjects. Zionism, for instance, if you criticize a policy of the government of Israel or the government of Israel, you are anti-Semite. You are so you are guilty of anti-Semitism. And he said, no, I am not an anti-Semite. I just don't agree with the policy of the Israeli government. So this, and Islam, for instance, if you criticize genital mutilation, you are Islamophobe, and things like, no, I'm not Islamophobe. I just want to criticize that specific practice. And COVID-19, for instance, if you say, I don't agree with vaccines. You know, I don't agree with this confinement. I have a different position, even if it is well grounded in science, even if it is put forward by respected academics. No, you cannot say that. You cannot say that because you are stupid. You are an idiot. No, I have a PhD from Harvard or Yale. Oh no, you are stupid anyway. So. Climate change. If you don't agree with climate change models, you are a conspiracy theorist or you are a climate change denier. And they say, no, I have a degree on this. I have a climatologist. I have hundreds of publications in scientific journals. No, you are stupid. You cannot talk about. And the origin of the universe and life. If you have doubts about Darwin or about the Big Bang or about abiogenesis and things like that, oh no, you cannot say that. You are stupid. You are an idiot. So we have, unfortunately, many of the emperor's new clothes effect. Don't dare to talk. Don't dare to speak about your opinion, because if you do, you are bigoted. You are perverse, you are wicked, you are idiot, you are stupid, and things like that. I'll give you some examples, some real-life examples. Christina Ellingson, a representative of the feminist organization of Women's Declaration International, which was subject to police investigation on charges of hate crimes in the face of Norwegian gender identity protection law, for some tweets she tweeted between February 2021 and January 2022, directed at a man. So she tweeted directed at a man who claimed to be a lesbian woman. So the man claimed to be a lesbian woman. And she said that men cannot be lesbians. That was her position. Christina Ellingson will have probably been surprised by the fact that her belief that a lesbian is a woman who feels sexually attracted to another woman was considered, after all, not only naive and outdated, but above all, hateful. So all she said that only a woman can be a lesbian. Yeah, but that is transphobic and things like that. So this is an example. Another example. Günter Beckley, a reputed German paleontologist, worked as a curator of the State Museum of Natural History in Stuttgart. In 2009, he decided to organize an exhibition celebrating the 250th anniversary of the publication of The Origin of the Species by Charles Darwin. Driven by his intellectual honesty, Beckley decided to read some of the creationist works. To his surprise, he failed to accept Darwinian arguments. It was enough to be removed from his position as curator of the museum. Now he's working in the United States. He went as exile to the United States. He was an atheist Darwinian, but he just read some creationist books by scientists, and he was convinced by the arguments, but he was expelled from his position. So Günter Beckley. Another example. In 2021 in the United Kingdom, an elderly woman, and there are several cases like this, not just this one. This is just an example. Rose Layler was arrested and fined for walking and praying a rosary in silence in front of an abortion clinic, despite meeting all the demands of wearing a mask and social distancing at COVID-19. The police considered her prayer was not sufficient reason to justify that she had gone out on the street during the confinement, as it was, in the opinion of the authorities, a protest. In July 22, in the contest of judicial challenge, the decision was eventually overturned and the criminal complaint was withdrawn because it was understood that Rosa Layler's conduct was limited to the scope of protection of the rights of freedom of religion and expression. But unfortunately, there have been other cases after this one. Another example, Nicholas Merriweather, a philosophy professor at Shawnee State University in Southern Ohio, sued the school in 2018, arguing that the disciplinary action filed against him for refusing to use the female titles of and pronouns preferred by a male student who identified as a woman violated his free speech rights. The school understood that the teacher had created an environment hostile to a transgender student, violating the school's policy of non-discrimination based on gender identity, understood as a personal self-definition of someone as male, female, or other. The professor argued that the use of male and female pronouns should not depend solely on the subjective and arbitrary preferences of each one, but should be based on an objective and probable biological factual basis. The court held that forcing Professor Merriweather to call the students by the pronouns designated by him went against the religious convictions and philosophical beliefs of the teacher. But it's not clear that all it's not clear that all cases would be like this. So I will skip another example, just to bring in current censorship strategies. There are too many indeterminate concepts like phobias, prejudice, offense, hatred that are used to censor positions which are not mainstream. Freedom of speech is important, but we have to take into account the needs of this group and that group and the sensibilities of that person and that person things. So there is already a broad consensus on that matter. Don't bring your ideas because there is already a consensus. The legitimization and criticism, victimization, snowflakes, and safe spaces. I don't want to be exposed to this idea because it's very hostile to me and offensive. Conspiracy theories. If you go against the mainstream, you are a conspiracy theorist. The trivialization of hate speech. All the speech you hate, it's hate speech.
I'm afraid we need to close now.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. So I have also another, more strategies of censorship that are there, like the wrath of the uncontrollable mob, cancellation and deplatforming, speech but free buffer zones, obligation of conformity and professional reprisals, language impositions, and so on. So the last slide. Well, what can religious communities do? I will skip the state, universities,
Please.
Religious communities. A strategy of systemic defense of speech, coordinated efforts with other religious groups, political intervention by members of the religious communities would be some of the ideas that I would put forward. I'm sorry for taking too much of your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much,
Very
Professor.
short with my presentation.
Yeah. And now we have the pleasure of having with us the Vice President of IRLA, the Professor Rosa Maria Martinez de Codes. She has been the Vice President of International Religious Liberty Association, and from 1996 to 2002, she was Deputy Director of Religious Affairs at the Spanish Ministry of Justice. She is currently Professor of American History at the Complutense University of Madrid. Her areas of expertise include ethnic and religious minorities in Europe, defamation, and incitement to religious hatred. Thank you for being with us. You are very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And first of all, I should like to show my appreciation for this meeting, because it's a specific, very relevant meeting, conference, because it's, from my opinion and from my experience as an IRLA contributor and AIDRL contributor too, I realized that strengthening the powerful of our both networks, it's very important, both sides of the Atlantic Ocean. That is what is important, that we have two relevant networks working on religious freedom and promoting religious freedom from very close approaches. But even though we come from Europe or America, and that changes sometimes the approach, but that is what give us the strength, that is what will give us the power, put it this way. I don't like to use power, but I will use it in the future to have, I would say, more visibility around the world, because we need that visibility. I mean, we have been working for a long, long time. When I mean long, I mean decades. And our two networks have been working for the last, in the case of IRLA, 130 years. This year we are celebrating the centenary, more than 130 years. And in the case of the Asociación Popular de France, we have been working for more than 100 years. That means, well, that means that it takes, a lot of effort, a lot of research, analysis, and debate to promote religious freedom. And then this is one of the significance of this conference, that we are coming together because Paolo Macedo and the team did it possible to bring together all these distinguished participants in this conference. Okay, now I go with my engagement. Well, Paolo Macedo, thank you for this lovely card, because I feel like a key piece in building the principle we defend and promote. Thank you so much, it's very warm. Well, Paolo asked me to explain some of the foundations concern practice and link between freedom of religion and freedom of expression. I appreciate Nasila's presentation because he put the foundations of my speech. I will try to go further, a step forward, okay? Then, when I put this, I decided to start with this slide because if you have a look to the three men on the screen, both of them, two of them, and Mario Brito is inclusive in it, in the language, they mention human dignity as a core issue. Human dignity when we talk about religious freedom, and that is what is important, okay? If we go further with religious freedom, we have to develop human dignity and the understanding of human dignity. That's my point, in part of my language, right? Then, but now, again, I go back to my focus. My focus has to do with the relationship between religious freedom and freedom of expression, right? I would say that fundamental to the protection of human rights are the principles of the inherent dignity. Where are they? Yes, here. Of the inherent dignity and equality of all human beings, and the obligation of all member states of the United Nations to take measures to promote universal respect for and observance of human rights and fundamental freedoms for all, without distinction as to race, sex, language, or religion. It is recognized that certain forms of expression can threaten the dignity of those targeted and create an environment in which the enjoyment of equality is not possible. This is a bridge between religious freedom of expression, and equality. Then we have to think of that linkage. Indeed, my aim is to look at the foundations, practice, and relationship between freedom of religion and freedom of expression. In recent decades, it is in this regard, it is relevant to consider the protection of religious speech, restrictions on anti-religious speech, and limitations on religious expression and in international and national instruments. But I'm going to look at the picture from this side. There you are. Blasphemy, religious defamation, and hate speech are issues that have frequently been on the global and regional agenda in recent years. From the infamous Danish cartoon crisis to the tragic events surrounding Charlie Hebdo in Paris, many examples demonstrate the devastating effects such behavior can have and the urgent need for legal system to address it. Terms such as blasphemy or defamation of religions can mean different things to different people depending on the context. For this reason, 3 different categories should be distinguished. Well, I prefer to distinguish these 3 categories around freedom of religious expression in order to put some sort of guideline for the future. Blasphemy, I will give a very short description based in the relevant literature, of course. Blasphemy includes statements or actions considered to be defamatory of God. It is explicit, directed against God, and is based on the assumption that God must be protected from derogatory remarks. Defamation of religions consists of disparaging or denigrating particular religions or religion in general. It is directed against religions as abstract system of doctrine and practice. When a modern state punishes such defamation, it does not seek to protect God, but the religious feelings of believers or religious peace. And the third one, category, incitement to religious hatred, is directed against individuals who are members of a particular religion and consists of incitement to hatred, violence, or discrimination against people because of their religious affiliation. What these 3 categories have in common is that they all involve some form of defamation in religious matters. That is what they have in common. However, they differ in terms of against whom the statement is directed: God, a religion, or the followers of a religion. Well, let's go with blasphemy laws first. Well, we can think that blasphemy laws is not in the papers or is not in the agenda. We are not right. 14 countries and territories around the world had blasphemy laws on the books in 2019, according to a new report from the Pew Research, from the Pew Forum on Religion and Religious Restrictions. Blasphemy laws were in all 5 global regions covered by the analysis, including 18 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, 17 in the Asia-Pacific region, 14 in Europe, and 12 in the Americas. Well, but of course these laws are most common in the Middle East and North Africa, where 18 of the 20 countries in the region, that means 90%, had laws criminalizing blasphemy. This is Pew Research Center. You can find it, in Google. With regard to blasphemy laws, some human rights instruments suggest that such laws should be repealed. I refer to the general comment number 34, Article 19, concerning freedom of opinion and expression. Article 19 recognizes that reasonable restriction on freedom of expression may be necessary to prevent advocacy of hatred based on nationality, race, or religion that contributes to incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence. However, the organization does not extend such legitimate restrictions to offensive and blasphemous speech. It's not in the language of the organization. States may, but are not obliged to, introduce blasphemy legislation. Several established democracies still have blasphemy provisions on the books, although most are rarely, if even used. I remember in the United Kingdom, for example, there have been only 2 prosecutions for blasphemy since 1923. In Norway, the last case was in 1936, and in Denmark, 1938. Other countries, including Spain and Sweden, have repealed their blasphemy laws. In the United States, the Supreme Court has consistently struck down blasphemy laws, fearing that even well-meaning censors might be tempted to favor one religion over another, and because it is not the role of government to suppress real or imagined attacks on a particular religious doctrine. Lately, in Nigeria, Sufi Muslim Yahaha Sharif Aminu was sentenced to death for blasphemy. I refer to 2020. He is currently challenging the constitutionality of the Sharia blasphemy law, under which he was convicted for an allegedly blasphemous audio message. In January last January, the European Parliament has condemned in strong terms the enforcement of blasphemy laws and stressed the importance of the freedom to choose one's religion. I want to quote another annual report, the 22,000 report, right? Yes. On human rights and democracy in the world, and what the European Union says about it. Well, religious freedom, says this report from the European Union, policy on the matter remains a fundamental right that cannot be punished by death or any degrading treatment. That is what the report says. You have it on the screen, and I'm not going to read it. But if you put this into canon, I mean, there is a process on how we understand blasphemy laws. Blasphemy laws pretended to be necessary in the past, but right now, we think we have another instruments and other tools to face blasphemy, right? Blasphemy laws are the antithesis of human rights. At a normative level, they establish a hierarchy of beliefs that betrays the common understanding and intention of the international human rights framework. In situations where certain forms of expression confront religions or beliefs or members of religious or belief communities, it is essential to make a careful distinction between forms of expression that should constitute a criminal offense under international law, forms of expression that are not criminal but may give rise to a civil claim, and forms of expression that do not give rise to criminal or civil sanctions, but nevertheless raise concerns in terms of tolerance, civility, and respect for their religion or belief or others. From a legal perspective, each set of facts is unique and can only be assessed and judged, whether by a judge or another impartial body, according to its own circumstances. Certain situations will undoubtedly raise an issue under international human rights law, but other situations, while not raising a human rights issue, will give rise to concern in the circumstances and nature of the expression could lead to a climate of intolerance. Thus, the right to freedom of religion or belief as enshrined in relevant international legal standards does not include the right to have a religion or belief that is free from criticism or ridicule. Our President's special rapporteurs, Asma Jahangir, mentioned it many times, okay? Moreover, the internal obligations that may exist within a religious community in accordance with the beliefs of its member, for example, prohibition on depicting religious figures, do not in themselves constitute binding obligations or general applications, and are therefore not applicable to persons who are not members of the religious group or community in question. Now, let's go with defamation of religious an overview. In the area of religious defamation, there is a special presentation by John Gratz concerning United Nations Declaration, defamation of religious. Okay, this is a sort of precedent, okay, for that one. But I wanted to mention this. In the area of religious defamation, the IRLA Board of Experts found significant divergences, which were published in Fides et Libertas 2008-2009, I mean the Journal of the International Religious Liberty Association, And in the context of United Nations instruments, the issue of defamation of religions first began in 1999 when the Organization of the Islamic Conference, a grouping of 56 Muslim majority countries, proposed a resolution entitled Defamation of Islam. Since then, every year until 2011, the United Nations has adopted a resolution to combat defamation of religions. Well, at that time in the past, on first reading, the resolution reads as a declaration of respect and tolerance, but upon further study and legal analysis, Western states fear that it could be used to justify the misuse of blasphemy laws. Although the United Nations resolution was sponsored by the OIC, the concept of anti-blasphemy laws has been replicated around the world. In Russia, remember, lawsuits have been filed to censor television programs deemed blasphemous to Christians. In India, Hindu-backed anti-conversion laws criminalize threats of divine displeasure. In Pakistan, Article 295 of the Penal Code provides for the death penalty for blasphemy against Islam, the Prophet, or the Quran. Given the conceptual problems and the existence of legal standards on religious discrimination, on 3rd of September 2009, the ILA Committee of Experts issued a statement, the one on the screen, expressing concern about proposals on defamation of religions. This is in the web page, then you can check it. We agree that regulating speech beyond existing international human rights law is at best a traveling proposition that often produces results opposite to those intended. That is what we said a long time ago, 15 years ago, right? Well, the right to freedom of religion or belief and the right to freedom of expression are interrelated. However, the right to freedom of religion or belief does not include the right to have a religion or belief that is free from criticism. That's one of the main points at that time. And it is still one of the points. There is considerable debate, both nationally and internationally, about what types of controversial language or communication should be either permitted or prohibited. This is reflected in different levels of protection in different countries. When faced with restrictions on freedom of expression in the name of religion or belief, the European Union will recall that restriction on freedom of expression may only be imposed by law and not necessary to protect the rights and reputation of others or to protect national security or public order. This is the European Union, right? In general, Article 10 of the European Convention of Human Rights prohibits the state from interfering with freedom of expression. This would, for example, prevent the government from attempting to ban forms of political or artistic expression. The prohibition is not limited to the government, but includes all public bodies such as local authorities, schools, and universities. In most cases, Article 10 does not apply to decisions taken by companies or private bodies. For example, the right to freedom of expression would not cover a newspaper editor's refusal to publish a letter, or a decision by Facebook or Google to remove content from their websites. With regard to restrictions on freedom of expression, the European Court of Human Rights has often described freedom of expression as one of the essential foundations of a democratic society. And here comes the point. Because it guarantees the right of everyone to exchange information, debate ideas, and express opinion. That is what ILA Board of Experts mentioned in 28. Article 10 is not an absolute but a qualified right, meaning that the right is of the individual must be balanced against the interest of society. Probably if we look at this like a quality, okay, a quality right, our approach can change. Whether a restriction on freedom of expression is justified is likely to depend on several factors, including the identity of the speaker, the context of the speech and its purpose, as well as the actual words spoken or written. This is case by case, what we were talking before. Okay? Much will therefore depend on the context, such as whether the words are used at a social event, in the context of employment, in the media, or when providing or receiving goods or services. This is when you come to reality, how you eliminate the tension and give freedom of expression a possibility. At the same time, you protect and respect religious expression. Well, the court, in the case of the European Court of Human Rights, has interpreted that in every case of interference with freedom of expression, a balance must be struck between the individual's right to express himself or herself and the wider public interest justifying the interferences. Well, hate speech regulations I'm finishing, right? There is no universally accepted definition. Hate speech is generally understood to refer to expressions that incite violence, hatred, or discrimination against other individuals and groups, particularly by reference to their ethnicity, religious freedom, belief, gender, or sexual orientation, language, national origin, or immigration status. In particular, Article 22, it's there, 2 of the International Covenant mentioned before, remember us that any advocacy of national, racial, or religious hatred that constitutes incitement to discrimination, hostility, shall be prohibited by law. Well, remember that the Special Relator Nasila mentioned that they are still relevant, they are still in use. I mean, the UN instruments still are valid for this sort of confronting freedom of expression. Well, probably in some cases, when you come to the case law, you realize that it needs a more subtle understanding of the tension between the two freedoms. I mean, and that means analyzing case by case. I mean, it's very difficult to put it under the same umbrella. This tension between the two freedoms is particularly important for our communities and for our people, to understand this. I want to mention that the right to freedom of expression does not protect expression which seeks to incite violence, hatred, or discrimination against others. This is a common universal acceptance. Accordingly, the European Court of Human Rights has confirmed that it may be considered necessary in certain democratic societies to sanction or even prevent all forms of expression which spread, incite, or justify hatred based on intolerance. Well, this is the Erbakan versus Turkey 2006 case law, right, yes. But, however, in the context of apparently intolerant speech, a balance again must be struck between the right of individuals to express views that others may find offensive or insulting, and the rights of others to be protected from hatred and discrimination. And now to put an end to this, something that I want to mention is that hate speech is particularly hurtful to victims because they are targeted solely because their personal identity, their actual or perceived racial or ethnic origin, or their actual or perceived faith or beliefs. The confusion, fear, and lack of security felt by individuals has a ripple effect on their wider community of their racial and religious group. And communities can feel victimized and are vulnerable to further attacks. Well, what I mean is that if you take as a summary these three categories, I would say that hate speech legislation may be a legitimate, a potentially necessary restriction on freedom of expression. But they cannot be the only or even the central response to prejudice, racism, and discrimination. We need more tools, of course. The appropriate response to hate speech is not simply more speech, but policies and actions that address the root causes of inequality in all its forms and colors. Hate speech restrictions on freedom of expression should be carefully designed to promote equality and protect against discrimination, and like all such restrictions should meet the three-part test set out in Article 19 of the International Covenant. I mean, it's provided for by law, it's pursued as legitimate aim, and it's necessary in a democratic society. Well, all this in conclusion, it is clear that the European legal instruments for the protection of human rights, namely the European Court and previously the European Commission, have developed a significant methods for determining whether interference with freedom of expression can be justified or constitutes a violation of human rights. Well, this is another instrument that has to give us a better understanding of the tension between the two freedoms and how to solve the problems that come out of them. Thank you. Molto obrigado.
And with Dr. Barlow, we move to final remarks, please.
I'm not completely sure about the purpose of my speech. I think they have picked people of common sense, and they wanted to test whether common people could understand anything about what was said in the last almost 2 hours. So as I was listening to the three excellent, thought-provoking, and value-asserting presentations, it has become clear to me that all of us, and for all of us, the concept of free speech, freedom of religion and belief is very precious. As I look back to the presentations, I learned from Professor Ghanea that it takes time to change mindsets and ingrained mentalities. Allegations, even if we call them communications, they are not followed through by governments who seem to interpret human rights from their own perspective of religious or political hegemony. I learned from Professor Machado that societies are so ideologically divided that not even a common external enemy can help to unite them. Integration, concordance, harmonizing conflicts of rights that are in a dialectical tensions are concepts that I'm still grappling with. Dangers of disinformation, resonance chambers, social media bubbles that are forming around us are challenges that we have to face. And that there is more and more ideological polarization that leads to sectarianism and violence. Then Professor Martinez showed us there's concepts of blasphemy, defamation, and incitement to religious hatred are on a daily basis dealt with at the forums that were mentioned. All this led to an understanding of mine, and it occurred to me that with all the emphasis that we put on the freedom of expression, all our speeches, all our discourses and narratives come to nothing if there's nobody to listen. And this is my final common sense conclusion that I draw from all the three papers, that we might put a very precious emphasis on the freedom of speech, that values almost nothing if we do not teach people how to listen. And I would suggest that if we do not learn ourselves and do not teach people how to listen, our political or religious discourses will be nothing else than deaf people talking to one another. And therefore, I would like to suggest that we need to learn how to listen first with our ears. And I would say in brackets, with our minds. Listening comes more natural to some than to others, but we all know that without listening, there is no real relationship between two human beings. We sometimes think that what makes us humans special in the world is our ability to express concepts in words. And we neglect to admit that listening is almost as important as the ability to express something eloquently. The Bible says that we need to be quick to listen and slow to speak. I don't know how that comes into this picture of freedom of speech, but we need to learn to listen. Listen with our ears, with our minds. And I think that our willingness to listen will be one of the deepest signs that we really appreciate the freedom of others to speak, to express their beliefs, and to live their values. Number two, I would say we have to learn how to listen with our hearts, which is basically empathy. We need to come to be able to listen not only to what is said, but what is felt, in order to really understand the others. And I just quote Brené Brown, who says that empathy is a way to connect to the emotion of others. Are we willing to listen, not only mentally, but also emotionally? Because sometimes all these expressions, and we spoke a lot about hate speech, is not only about facts. And as Professor Machado said, there's a lot of disinformation that comes from an emotional background, from a lot of insecurity. And if we are not able to listen not only to the facts that have been said or not, but to the emotions that generate that discourse, we are not really listening. And number three, I would say that we need to learn how to listen self-reflectively, which means a willingness to change. Self-reflection, according to a recent book that was published by Todd Bolsinger that is titled Tempered Resilience, is the ability, he says, of leaders to lead in a constantly changing and chaotic world. How? By listening and then reflecting about our own position, and with an openness to change if we have to change. So that's my takeaway. Yes, we need to uphold everybody's freedom of speech, of belief, religion, and expression. But as a parallel track to that, we need to learn and to teach others to listen intellectually with our minds, to listen emotionally with empathy, and to listen self-reflectively with an openness to change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Loja, for leading this panel. Thank you for all the speakers. Thank you for the last remarks, Dr. Barnard too. I invite you now to finish our first session and to go immediately to our lunch. It is going to be served in the same place where we had the coffee break. We will be back at 2:25. The gong will sign the moment to come. We'll start at 2:30, okay? Thank you so much.
y tengo la diapositiva nueva. ¿Lo hacemos ahora o
Si estiveres ahora, podemos hacer
Sí,
ahora.
voy a...
Hello. Okay.
Isto aqui, o perigo na área aqui.
It's working.
Yeah, it's right. Okay, where is it?
It's 8 Portugal.
In Portugal?
Yeah, open this one. It's this presentation.
I'll drag it to the
Okay.
desktop.
Can you just open it?
Sure. That's what I'm doing. That's okay.
Do it now. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. You have
Thanks.
the
Controller?
remote? Yeah, the control.
Yep.
Next. Oh, no. It's sorry.
Desligar o outro.
I can take it. That's fantastic.
No. Next. Back. Okay.
This is for the next.
Yeah. It says here.
This is-
Next. And
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
This is the back and the laser.
If you press accidentally this button, it will turn all blank. Don't worry. Just press again. It will come back to the slide. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So yeah, control is the most important. Thank you. So we need to do. Yes, we are going to close the door. Lock. Yes. Olha, assim está a servir, não sabem tirar. Eles que vêm ali, eles tiram, ponham. Que eles que dão assistência à coisa, ponham.
Maybe Brandon, could you take us a picture?
I am busy. Yeah. Oh, exactly. You want the picture?
Yeah, I saved you.
Who's taking it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Are you sure you want to take the picture?
Two men, one woman. How do we do this? Okay.
Okay. Okay. Just another one. Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, we have to verify this.
Thank you for having.
This one is better.
Yeah, okay. This one. Yeah, but maybe he can make another one else. Don't you think so?
Maybe it's because it looks like fruit like that.
Well,
Well, we don't have any.
Maybe you can cut it.
We don't have a better scenario.
Yeah, but you can cut it. Yeah, cut to like.
I think
Not that.
Elizabeth,
That's fine. Yeah.
it would have been better if I took the picture, but since you prefer less quiet,
You were busy.
I know, she just dropped me like that, you know, you cannot take the picture.
Oh my.
See,
That's my spiritual father. It's pity he's not in Brussels. And regularly tell him, I'm sorry, but I really have to leave. You know, but I really have to leave. I'm so happy you called.
Swear. Yeah, I'm trying to prepare a PowerPoint so that people can read what I'm saying. Yeah.
Super. You structure, and I come after that after you with the chaos.
No. Actually, I'm still debating whether I shouldn't just speak instead of showing anything. So we will see.
Are you going to tweet?
Oh, are you okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ganun, yeah. Please meet you. Francis, where are you from? From Italy, okay. Oh, okay. With Paolo. Wonderful. Excellent. What? This is the next, I guess, yes. Thank you. Yes, you probably know Cole Durham, right? Yeah. So we meet the G20, the Faith Forum, and so forth. So, yeah. And you're based in Washington. Yes, definitely. I was even invited to Salt Lake City. I went to, when they were rededicating the Arkham Temple.
I hope that we'll be able to get in touch with him because we've invited him
very, very, very helpful. So, you know, I think that's.
Yeah, we met him at Game.
Yes, exactly. So, exactly.
Be great.
Yeah, wonderful.
I'll let you do what you do.
No problem. I'm working for the people here so that they can follow what I say.
It's very helpful to actually have something on the screen.
Yeah. Even though. Eh oui, John.
Tu as parlé comme tout à l'heure.
Oui, ben, juste là maintenant.
Et alors, tu le mets comment? Tu mets tout ton texte là-dessus?
Ben, écoute, oui, c'est ça que je me dis, écoute, ce sera plus facile pour les gens de suivre.
Oui, ouais, j'ai envie de faire ça aussi. Alors.
Ben oui, enfin bon, j'ai pris le temps juste de le faire maintenant, mais bon, c'était, alors, je vais peut-être.
Parce que tu avais déjà fait ça une fois et je me suis dit, mais c'est pas mal parce que tu vois, on suit donc ça.
Tout à fait.
Ça aide à la concentration.
Exactement. Et puis, pour ce genre de choses, parce que le sujet est tellement vaste que c'est impossible d'aborder tous les schématique. j'intimide les gens.
Tu pars quand jeudi.
Oui, mais je vais en Angleterre. Je dois faire des présentations là-bas. And also, I go to London so that Jan Sweeney, he forgot to bring something for me. So in London.
Ah mais tu te souviens, Yann, il était à Birmingham quand on a fait le...
Oui.
Tu te souviens, mais quand on a fait le Festival de la liberté religieuse à Birmingham, il était là.
Yeah, but now he forgot something that he should not have forgotten, so... Yes, this is Mr. Columbia.
Vai por rede, não é?
Eu disse
Manda
que
por rede. Não, já ele mandou por e-mail.
Ok.
Fine?
We are trying, we are dealing with it.
Okay. Shall I? Oh no.
Don't worry, I will never worry.
You don't even
Can-
need to tell
Can
No,
we
I'm just kidding.
introduce you?
No, what I was going to say is that
You will see your presentations here.
here.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
And you can follow here. Whatever you see here, it will be there.
Okay. So I can. Is it possible to put it here?
The computer.
Yeah, because then I can talk to
É
people.
possível pôr aqui o computador?
Sim, sim.
Ok. O senhor é que sabe.
O próprio motor dos computadores às vezes interferem com isto. Não faz mal.
A gente
Também,
vem
também
pé.
dá assim um bocadinho aquela.
Depois como é que ele troca para ali? São vocês que fazem isso? Desculpe lá perguntar.
Salvo nem que seja para meter um modo de apresentação, mas nós estamos a ver. Ele vai. Ah, é?
Até podemos deixar o computador já ali. Se não se importa de fazer isso, agradeço.
Portanto, neste momento está. Agora.
Quase que dava.
Quase que dava, mas vai dar.
Está ótimo. Muito obrigado. Muito obrigado.
Acho que está tudo.
Muito obrigado. Muito boa tarde a todos. Good afternoon. I hope you had a nice moment to lunch and to go outside maybe. I'm sorry for the 5-minute delay on starting the conference, but I think we are ready now. Before introducing the moderator for this first session of the afternoon, our second session, I would like to acknowledge the presence of dear friends of mine and IDLR, the Interreligious Dialogue Working Group in Portugal. We have representatives from the Interreligious Dialogue Group. We have Catarina Rodrigues from the Buddhist Union, Ilma Oliveira Rios from the Lusitan Church Anglican Communion, João Magalhães from the Buddha's Light Association, Joaquim Moreira from the Latter-day Saints Church, Karin Hyde from the Baha'i Community. I don't see Karin, but I know I saw him. Okay, hello, Karin. Khalid Jamal from the Islamic Community, Miriam Lopes, Presbyterian Church, Father Peter Stilwell from the Lisbon Patriarchate Catholic Church, Sara Narciso from the Evangelical Alliance, Surya Kala Changalal Hindu Community, Zohora Pirbay from the Ismaili community. So welcome you all. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. I would like to say that all the session that we are going to have, it's going to be in English, the first 3 speakers. But my dear friend Joaquim Franco, who is a journalist from CNN, he has a highly qualified use of the Portuguese language. He speaks English quite well, but he says he wants to use his native language to say precisely what he wants to say. So he's going to say it in Portuguese, so you are going to need your earphones for the final remarks, but I think you will summarize something in English too, right, Joaquim? Thank you so much. Pedro Torres is the Secretary General of IRLR France and is going to be our host and moderator for this session. Thank you, Pedro.
Thank you, Paulo. And now I have the pleasure to introduce to you these wonderful people that I have on my left. We need to talk about the people, not only the responsibilities also. But now they're here because of another reason, not but because of who they are. In first instance, we have the president of the International Religious Liberty Association, which is Dr. Ganon Diop. And he is also the responsible and the director of the Public Affairs and Religious Liberty of the Seventh-day Adventist Church worldwide, the headquarters in Washington, D.C. And he's also the secretary of the Conference of Secretaries of Christian World Communions. And of course, he's a honorary member of the committee of the IADLR here in the Europe chapter. So, Dr. Diop, the floor is yours. You have 40 minutes. I have to say, I have been tasked with controlling the time. I will be impeccable.
He just told us he has special power, but he forget we have freedom of expression here. Okay, so I thought it would be really helpful if I would use the screen and read my text with you. Precisely, that will help me stay within the time allocated. I would like to thank Paulo, maybe as before the screen comes. Okay. I would like to thank Paulo Macedo for the invitation and for our partnership, you know, now in many places. So this is a very prestigious conference, and the quality of the presentation so far, very impressive. So thanks to all the presenters. My topic will be meanings, roots, and justifications for freedom of expression. But I would like to focus on incontrovertible perspectives. Maybe a brief reminder, some of this has been said already this morning, but I thought just a brief review here. At the most basic level, freedom of expression is often associated with freedom of speech. And of course, the reference text in international law, usually Article 19 of the UDHR, expresses it as follows. Everyone has a right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas, etc. Expanded, the UK Article 10, of the Human Rights Act expresses it as follows. Just some snapshots here. Everyone has a right to freedom of expression. This right shall include freedom to hold opinions and to receive almost the same text. But then it continues by saying this article shall not prevent states from requiring the licensing of broadcasting, television, and cinema enterprise, and so forth. And then, of course, the exercise of these freedoms, notice, now a concept is introduced. Since it carries with it duties and responsibilities, may be subject to such formalities, conditions, restrictions, and penalties, etc. Then let me continue. To underline now the importance of our topic, one can further note that freedom of expression is an integral part of the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, for example. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Now, the premise of the following presentation is that freedom of expression, in fact, presupposes other freedoms. Freedom of thought and conscience, for example, is a prerequisite and justification of all freedoms, including freedom of expression. Conscience is the deepest expression, in fact, of human dignity, which also justifies all human rights. It may be in order, before delving to the specifics of freedom of expression, to clarify what is meant by freedom of religion or belief. These two freedoms, in fact, freedom of conscience, freedom of belief or religious freedom, and freedom of expression intersect in very significant ways. In the UDHR, their adjacent positions are not accidental. One is Article 18, the other one is Article 19. I don't think this is by chance. There is here a connection that is worth noting. But what is religious freedom? Also called freedom of religion or belief, freedom of thought, conscience, religion, or belief. I may define this, religious liberty, as the right to profess, to practice, and to propagate one's belief without coercion, restrictions, other than when the forum externum, the public manifestation of the internal forum, requires such limitations. And here, of course, I could expand to international law, very clearly specifying what are the conditions that would justify a government, for example, to limit freedom of religion or religious liberty. Now, the scope of this freedom, religious freedom, can be considered in the fact that religious liberty is multidimensional. Sometime, and unfortunately, and you mentioned that brilliantly this morning, because of the polarization and the conflicts of opinions and even philosophies and so forth, people tend to reduce the scope of religious freedom. However, religious liberty or religious freedom or freedom of conscience, thought, and religion or belief is actually multidimensional. So I'm going to run very briefly to some of the aspects that need to be factored in order to have, I think, a more workable definition of, or holistic or comprehensive definition of religious freedom. First of all, it is the political principle. At the most basic level, freedom of thought, conscience, religion, or belief undergirds, in fact, the other political principles such as consent of the governed, limited government, rule of law, democracy, and even representative government. Two, religious liberty or freedom of religion or belief is actually a legal provision. It has been stated several times in international law, for example, and as you well know, is enshrined in the UDHR Article 18, the European Union, African Union agencies, OAS, Organization of American States, ASEAN, and other international institutions, and also national constitutions. Three, religious liberty or freedom of religion or belief is a compound freedom because it presupposes itself freedom of thought, conscience, belief, conviction, and further, it translates into freedom of choice, et cetera, of assembly and association. But yes, number four, it is a human right. Now here, I will limit myself in this context to say that the right aspect is often emphasized, and for good reasons. But there is more to a human right than just the right aspect. Allow me to say the human aspect should not be neglected. And these for anthropological, theological, philosophical, and existential reasons. So this is really one of the major emphases that I would like to make here. And it's useful, absolutely necessary to emphasize the legal aspect. But, and I think you mentioned that, even what it means to be human is disputed nowadays. However, it is core to what we are talking about. I mean, how can we even defend human rights if we don't, for example, accept the full humanity of people? So there is here something that needs to be maybe, that needs to nurture our conversation. Now, freedom of thought, conscience, religion, or belief is also a sign in that respect of our humanity, not only because of our rationality or human consciousness, but also because of our sense of moral and ethical responsibilities. Now, 6, religious freedom is also, or freedom of conscience, religion, or belief, is also a symbol of our interconnectedness because of what we have in common, again, not just consciousness, but human conscience, as an inner, if I may say, sanctuary where only the conscience bearer has access, and eventually for those who adhere to that, a divine being. Now, 7, it is also a call to solidarity, respect, and tolerance based, and I here emphasize another idea, the sacredness of every human being. I know, usually sacrality, sanctity is limited to places, like holy sites, for example, and that's okay. But I may postulate that the human person is actually a locus of sacrality in itself. That doesn't mean this is tied to an organized religion or something like that. So, and this is now developed under further in 8, a seal of sacredness. That is, in monotheistic religions, human beings are sacred, created in the image of God, or representative of the divine, or in Asian religions, connected to the divine, right? So, obviously, I'm not going to develop here those aspects where we talk about Brahman, and so forth. Now, freedom of thought, conscience, religion is also a moral imperative. How can I say that? In fact, it is a deterrent against authoritarianism, totalitarianism, against the trampling of human dignity, against the reduction of human beings to domain, to domesticate, in fact, to dominate and to domesticate. This is probably one of the core problems the human family faces, the issue of domination. I mean, when we think about even the word, and this will apply to freedom of expression, I will come to that in a minute, but this impulse to dominate other, right, and reduce human beings to domain, right, to domesticate, this is at the foundation, in fact, of ill, a social ill, and we can think about these abduction, slavery, human trafficking. They all have one common denominator. We have to reduce the human person into something beneath that person's dignity. So, also then, I can say here that freedom of religion or belief is also an expression of the immeasurable value of every human being. This latter gives a glimpse of why, in some traditions, even God embraced the human nature, for example. Now, foundationally then, freedom of conscience is constitutive to what it means to be human. But still more profoundly, and this has been just alluded to briefly, freedom of conscience is part of the image of God after which humans has been created. It is also inseparable from human dignity, grounded on the choice of God, the Creator, for those who embrace this vision of life. There are other versions, obviously, and respectable that we also honor, because for the sake of diversity and respecting human dignity, in fact. So, one of the theses I would like to highlight in this keynote address is that what is true about the nature of freedom of thought, conscience, and religion or belief, what I just mentioned briefly, a political principle, a legal, part of international law, all that, in fact, applies also to freedom of expression. Now, on freedom of expression, having listened to everything that was said this morning, very rich, I chose to highlight a faith-based perspective this afternoon. Exploring our topic then from philological, philosophical, and theo-anthropological perspective, freedom of expression is related to the most personal, in fact, in a human being. How can I say that? In fact, one of the Greek words translated, to translate the word expression is in fact character. I could here, for example, mention in the biblical New Covenant book of Hebrews, referred to the concept of high Christology. It is stated that Jesus, in this case, is an expression of divine substance. Literally, the Greek text says that of him, he is in fact the apaugasmates doxes, the radiance of his glory, and then the text says, character tes hypostaseos autou, character of his substance. Now, obviously, the word substance is self-explanatory. It indicates what stands beneath the being and which sustains the existence of the whole self, the unique individuality specific to each person. Character, substance here, rather. The concept of expression now, as in freedom of expression, is related to the most personal in a being. That is, the expression as understood in this context comes from the depth of one's being. It stands for what is unique, personal, impossible to duplicate. To emphasize this point, what is expressed outwardly is unique to the person in the depth of his or her being from whom it originates. Consequently, depriving a person of his or her freedom of expression is to deny that person of his or her humanity and ultimately his or her existence. This is what is at stake here. What is unique about that person is stifled, prevented to be expressed. In fact, freedom of expression, therefore, is constitutive, and I'm being redundant here by saying this on purpose, to what it means to be human. We take away freedom of expression from a human being, in fact, we cancel that person's humanity. Now, it is not about just one's voice, but also one's personality, character, that is the expression of one's unique, irreplaceable being. What is at stake then is someone's unique personhood when we talk about. Now, again, forgive me to emphasize these more theological, religious, anthropological, philosophical concept precisely of freedom of expression because it counts. It needs to be brought into the conversation. Again, what is expressed is the substance that supports the whole edifice, may I say, of a human person. Now, since the issue is that of character and its unique role in the life of a person as expression of substance, freedom of expression is a sine qua non, without which the dignity intrinsic to all human beings is snatched out and rendered senseless. Life itself is thus rendered meaningless. No wonder the instrumentalization of people, we may think about this, the instrumentalization of people and the cancellation of their identity or identities begins with the denial of their freedom of conscience, of expression, choice, and, of course, other freedoms. But fundamentally, freedom of conscience and of expression. I used to say, you know, if really this freedom of thought, conscience, religion, or belief was respected, there would be no conquest. There would be no slavery. Why? Because people will be allowed to exist. Now, from a faith-based perspective, again, freedom of expression is part of the image of the divine. Since the very concept of God in a Christian tradition, for example, and there are other stories or narratives, is revealed as perichoresis of relationship, communion, communication, benevolent disposition, and love, one would expect that freedom of expression as image of the divine would also yield expressions of communication, benevolent disposition towards others, and communion, and even love. But genuine covenant, in fact, social contracts, and I'm not talking about Rousseau here, and truthful and fruitful consultative dialogue is not possible without freedom of expression. A stifled character or personality cannot be a covenant partner. Expressions of love cannot be forced. They must be expressed from the depth of one's character, deepest thought, conscience, choices, actions from those choices. This is where freedom of expression is inseparable, again, from freedom of thought, conscience, and freedom of belief, of choice. What justifies freedom of expression then is that only with it emerges the authentic self from the inner center or inner sanctum, sanctuary, or sacred location of human conscience. This leads me to postulate, then, that freedom of expression is ultimately grounded on the fact that human beings are sacred. Holy sites, and I mentioned these, are usually respected and calls for protection of holy site have entered contemporary concern. Very good. Temples, cathedrals, mosques, churches, shrines, and other sacred sites are said to be inviolable. So they should be, we are told. The same sacrality and the needed affirmation of right and protection of freedom of expression are at least as important, if not more. Human freedom of expression is essential to every person's very existence. It is tangible, a tangible aspect of personal security. Human security, that is, the emphasis focused on national security, border security, and so forth. Human security is as vital as important. Now, however, there are aspects of freedom of expression beyond the limits of the individual, far beyond the realm of mere personal privileges. Most certainly, even within the scope of individual rights, the other side of the incontrovertible nature of freedom of expression is, in fact, the sense of responsibility. This is where, in the text of international law I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, what a human being expresses from the depth of one's being cannot indulge in anything detrimental to someone else's being and right to security. A sense of responsibility grounded on human solidarity by virtue of our being human beings brings rather needed moral accountability. It is inconceivable to consider freedom of expression, for example, as the right to insult other human beings or groups. Inconceivable. The moral dimension of respect of other people's dignity should be inseparable from freedom of expression. Again, anything can be instrumentalized, including freedom of expression. I want to distract you just 1 second. For the first time since I started speaking, I look at the timer, and I feel that I'm still all right. So let me continue. So, freedom of expression can never be a license for violence of any kind. What comes, and here is the real issue, what comes from one's inner being, right, the character, cannot be associated with impulses of death. That is what is at stake here. Out of solidarity to the whole human family, freedom of expression is part of a cluster of freedoms which are, and this has been said also, interrelated, interdependent, and indivisible, as stipulated, by the way, by the Vienna Convention of 1993. When it comes to human rights, they are all interrelated, interdependent, and indivisible. So are the freedoms. In other words, the same principle of interdependency applies not only to human rights, but also to all freedoms. They are related to freedom of expression and to every other freedom. Now, this holistic understanding of freedom of expression is consonant with the pillars of the United Nations, namely, think about it, peace and security, first pillar, justice and development, second pillar, and human rights, the third pillar, but in terms of freedom from fear, freedom from want, and freedom from indignity. So how could one of the freedoms be used to cancel other freedoms? it will be, self-contradictory. And this means that the genuine freedom of expression participates in the building of a peaceful and safe world. A just, peace and security, a just and fair world, justice and development, and a world of rights, human rights, rule of law, and maybe even, I may speculate, rule of love. Consequently, these dimensions of freedom of expression highlight the fact that there is also a communal aspect to freedom of expression, not just the individualistic and so forth. There is another dimension. And now, just briefly, I would like to expand the borders of freedom of expression, beginning with the critical question: does the scope of freedom of expression include, beyond individual freedom of expression, corporate freedom of expression? Conversation regarding cultural freedom of expression, for example, or even religious freedom of expression may be helpful in our current conversations. Though the latter seems to be included in the right to worship according to one's adopted rituals, for example. Yeah. But the continent of Africa, may I highlight here clearly, is a case in point for the need to reflect constructively on the communal dimension of freedom of expression. Major world religions, Christianity and Islam, for example, have been imported through the framework of empire religions. That's a reality. And then, of course, colonialism, domination, coloniality, meaning the whole ecosystem being framed, right, in terms of legacies of colonialism. Now, these religions and the form that they have taken in context, though having gone through several metamorphoses, interwoven with local cultures, still there is a need to reflect even really further about freedom of cultural expression. As been said colloquially, throwing the baby with the water of the bath may have discarded genuine riches the human family may have benefited from for the good of all. If, for example, Christianity or Islam have not been culture-bound in many ways to impose on other cultures expressions, and then, of course, freedom of expression. But that is just part of a conversation that I'm raising, could also benefit the whole human family for the sake of reconciliation, for the sake of healing. Because religious expression expressions have stifled identities in ways that need to be revisited somehow. So the premise and foundation of freedom of expression having been laid, we can, if we had time, look at the legal ramification of such conceptualization. Because at the end of the day, some legal provisions will have to be designed or reinforced or relearned in order to help benefit from the discovery and the benefits itself of freedom of expression. What is to be protected in freedom of expression and crafted as law and drafted into policies should be connected to the personhood and dignity of the character of every person and expression of that being. Obviously, if such character dysfunctions and create a toxic environment and impair life for others, then the state obviously has a responsibility to protect citizens from abuse and harm, whether physical, psychological, or spiritual, as pertaining to one's belief, for example. Yes. But the right to freedom of thought, conscience, choice, and expression should be the prerogative of every human being, every human person. This has been said, and I think we will have a consensus unquestionably about this one thing. And this can be even called an inalienable right, and as such should be protected. The imperative of protecting freedom of conscience is grounded then in the fact that conscience is the inner voice that deserves to be voiced, yes, But this imperative of protecting freedom of expression resides in the respect and even honor of expression emerging from the depth of a person's dignity or substance. Just one brief concluding remark here to say, and we will have about 10 minutes to interact. And I do this just so that he will not have anything to say about my presentation. So that's just freedom of expression is part of international law, unquestionably. National constitution, no question. But it is also constitutive to what it means to be human. And this is connected unquestionably to every person's raison d'être. Why we here, unique, irreplaceable, we cannot be duplicate. Well, because there's something of our substance as human beings that needs to be uniquely expressed and be received and tolerated as long as it doesn't harm others. And this is why it is connected to freedom of conscience, freedom of thought, right? Freedom of choice, right? Because all those freedoms are definitely interrelated. But freedom of expression is a necessity. But obviously, there are limitations, and international law is very clear about all those. So we have about 10 minutes, and to just give the mic.
I will open the floor later, so if you don't mind, I will invite the audience to write down the questions. So we will yield the place now to the next speaker, and then at the end, we will have plenty of time to ask together. Otherwise, we cannot control the time of questions
Do
and
I have the
answers.
freedom to object to that? Or
You have the freedom to object, but I have the freedom to say no. Thank you, Dr. Ganon Diop. Thank you so much for sticking to the time. And now we have our next guest, and I had to say that I was wrong, which is Dr. Elisaveta Kitanovic, and I love to say ch, because not everyone says that. She is the Executive Secretary of Human Rights of the Conference of European Churches in Brussels. She works as a human rights advocate with international organizations worldwide. Mrs. Kitanovic completed her theological and doctoral studies at the Faculty of Political Science in Belgrade. She graduated from the Diplomatic Academy in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Serbian government, and she also regularly gives lectures and presentations in the field of human rights, and that's why she's here today. She speaks English, French, Greek, and Serbian, and she has pity of me. Thank you for being so patient. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I think we have some small updating of the computer, right? Before the presentation
20 minutes.
appears.
20 minutes.
That's generous. This one.
I have stopped the timer. I have stopped it.
Yes, but it's not changing. Okay, here we go, we can start. So first I would like to thank you.
to the organizers for inviting me, for inviting Conference of European Churches. Thank you, Paolo, Ganun, Mercedes, for a wonderful welcome. It's always a pleasure to be here with you, and it's absolutely fantastic being in Lisbon and in Portugal, because we have also our members here. I'm very happy that Miriam and representatives of COPIC are also here, and greetings from Conference of European Churches to all of you, as well to all the friends from international organizations, from UN and other organizations who are here. So I will do something a little bit differently than the previous speakers, because I will speak a little bit from practitioner's point of view. And as I come from Serbia, I have was born and raised in a communist country, and was very much aware what does it mean, limitation of freedom of expression. So it was amazing, really fantastic to hear about all these articles granting international legal standards and laws and freedom of expression and freedom of religion or belief, but we know that in some countries that it's not possible still today. Even though there are international laws, even though there are international legal standards, and we have heard from Naz this morning how many countries she has to visit, revisit, write reports, and so on, remind that these standards exist, that they should be practiced, granted, implemented, and so on and so on. Practicing freedom of expression, does it mean that we can say everything we want? Where is the red line, what we can say and what we are supposed to say, or what we are not supposed to say? We have been actually in Conference of European Churches, exactly here in Portugal in 2019, we organized summer school on freedom of expression with support of Coimbra University and Professor Jonathan Machado, but also colleagues here from Portugal, and also Professor Ganun Diop and many other colleagues. And we have been discussing where is this red line between freedom of religion or belief and freedom of expression. And we have seen that actually that is very complicated, let's say, gray zone, that, as Rosa Maria mentioned this morning, we have to deal from case to case and to find out really what is the best in each single situation, and that it's not easy to find out, and of course requires lots of different perspectives, what Ganun was referring, and philosophical, theological, anthropological, sociological, security, and so on, and so on, and so on, and CNN too, probably. So to go further, dealing with freedom of expression, as KEC and the freedom of religion or belief, we have sort of several publications where, of course, we have been looking freedom of expression of religious minorities. What does it mean when you are really minority? Can you really express yourself publicly? What does it mean? We have seen today in presentation of Professor Machado, who say enemy of the enemy. It's again internal or external enemy. So we have all these sort of issues which are referring to freedom of expression. And then, because of all of these different freedom of expressions, who can be problematic or less problematic, they can bring us sometimes in trouble, and they can be presented in the public sphere differently. And if they are abused, let's say, this freedom of expression, that we say that we offend, hurt, manipulate religious feelings, then in the public sphere we can cause actually lots of troubles. And then we come to the European Union, because I'm based in Brussels, as the seat of the Conference of European Churches is there. And European Union and European Commission have issued the action plan to support the protection of public spaces. And what public spaces has to do with freedom of expression? It is a very interesting question. Well, when we have, for example, I will just show you this photo slide. When we have terrorist attacks, like we had in Berlin 2016, Barcelona 2017, London 2019, Paris 2019. We have Brussels terrorist attack. Just a few days ago, somebody was stabbing people in Brussels, just across our office in the public sphere, in the metro station. People all of a sudden, without knowing who is the person, and so on and so on. We see that something is actually happening with freedom of expression in the public sphere. And we have been engaged as CAC in the last 2 years with a project called Safer and Stronger Communities in Europe. So there are 3 publications here that I will show you. You can find them on sasce.eu website. They're translated in 15 languages. And we have been dealing with the protection of the worship places. And why that it's important, Ganoun, you have mentioned worship places in your presentation, and the way what we are saying in the public places, because worship places are also part of the public spaces. Because when we had the different terrorist attacks of synagogues or mosques and so on, or maybe religious hatred being promoted in some of the worship places, that also was influencing the safety and security of all of us in the public space. And we don't know who is going to be in the public space. Are we going to be one day, I don't know, at a train station where terrorist attack is going to happen, or in the school, or in the supermarket, like we had Kasha Market in Europe, in France, and so on? We don't know. So this is, I would like to invite you to go to this website when you have time and just a little bit read about this project, because it is for the first time, you can imagine that 4 European organizations, European Jewish Congress, and especially their Security and Safety Center, together with European Buddhist Union. I heard that the colleagues from the Buddhist Union from Portugal are here, as well the colleagues from the MASIM organization, Faith Matters, and the Conference of European Churches. For the first time, we have succeeded to organize consortium and to do project in common. So you can imagine, for years we are talking about interreligious dialogue, for years we are talking about religious literacy, for years we are just talking how that's great and nice and we are friends and so on. But to come together and do together, well, that's something else. And so what we have been doing in the past 2 years, each of the community actually collected every month, every single month, let's say, violation of, let's say, and the incidents in the public space. Here you can just see inside of the European Union, because project relates to the 14 countries inside of the European Union. But of course, there are also countries outside of the European Union who also have the problems with the freedom of religion or belief. And this is also freedom of expression, just the very negative one. So what we can see when the places and worship places are simply attacked during, because they represent what Ganoun likes to emphasize, integrity, identity, dignity, and so on of the individuals and communities. People get attacked because of that. Here on this slide, you can see, for example, a swastika on the, actually 5 of them, but on this image it's only 1 in Germany. This is just a part from the report from September 2020 in Göttingen. And so this is in the, I think, in the mosque. So they have went the believers there, the worshippers there, and then they could see this. This is also freedom of expression, just a negative one. Then in France, we had attacks on mosques and with Molotov cocktails, so people are sending messages all the time in the public sphere, so whether they're positive or they're negative. And of course, that also shows what is the situation on the ground, and how it's actually difficult to deal with religion, in fact, in the public sphere. This is a Muslim cemetery which was destroyed in December 21. And of course, we had in 2019 a Halle attack on Yom Kippur and so on. I'm not going to go, this is very disturbing video about the attacks on the Jewish community and so on. But we can see these are the consequences of freedom of expression in the public sphere, also empowerment of politicians. Jonathan was speaking about populism, I think, in his presentation, was mentioning also this encouragement of people to go and to, I don't know, like violate, let's say, the rights of one community or another and so on. This is only one tweet from the MEP from European Parliament that we actually collected in our report. It relates to the freedom of expression as well. because it is about Serbian Orthodox Church heritage in Kosovo, which says it must be protected and enjoy full rights. And of course, some others were thinking that it's not, that this religious community simply doesn't have the rights to protect, and so on. So I have mentioned to you that we have collected the incidents which also relate to freedom of expression. You can see the type, probability, severity, and action which we're taking. So we have been collecting for already 2 years in our reports online and social media abuse cases from Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist, and Christian communities, like insult and harassment. Then we had vandalism and graffitis, desecration, theft, terrorism, kidnapping, violent assault, stabbing, hostage taking, crime. And you can see that aggravation, it goes further down. And what we could notice is, first of all, we didn't know that all of these communities are suffering from the, let's say, same disease, that we all have a problem. So when we put this report, we were surprised what we found in the report and what was the countries who were reporting the most. Of course, the biggest problem with all of these issues, because I have been working with Christian communities, was simply to stimulate people to report human rights violations. Because people don't trust the system, they don't trust the law, they don't trust the implementation. I mean, usual story that all the lawyers, they do. But if we leave the things as they are, if we leave them unrecorded, it means we agree with such an expression of negative feelings and or negative attitudes, and we accept them as society and say, yeah, fine, that's fine. It's great that you have sprayed the, I don't know, like facade of the church or anything else. But then another problem is, if we are dealing with the rights of religious minorities, who pays for the damage? Who pays for repairing the facade of the church? Especially if we have a small religious minority. It doesn't matter whether it's church or Jewish community or a Muslim community or any other community, any other Christian community or Baha'i or a Sikh community. I don't know, there are so many. Who pays for it? Who pays for it? It's not recorded, it's not in the police system, no one is looking for the perpetrators, and then the community has all these costs, you know, like to face because of these violations. So this is how this report looks like. So in order to, let's say, avoid all these lines, like let's say from the legal point of view, different courts, like, and also somehow helping the spread of information which comes directly from the religious communities. We have created this report and we send it every month to the European Commission, to DG Home. This is DG Home for Home Affairs, where they see directly from the religious communities what is the situation. So not from the newspapers, sorry, Joachim from CNN. But really they have direct line through this channel. And then they inform with the language that they can present in the way that they feel what happened actually to their own community. And they simply have to work on this. And sometimes European Commission reacted. Sometimes they ask for more information. Sometimes there was a silence of administration, as we all know that it happens. By going through Europe, I have done 12 countries, and I could do, let's say, comparison analysis on the risk, threats, and challenges, terrorist risk, threats, and challenges, let's say, in these countries. I mean, we could see, for example, that far-right individuals and small groups are very active. We could see something that there is siege culture. I don't know, maybe people from the Nordic part of Europe, they are more familiar with it. I was at least not the first time I heard and learned from the State Department, from the Ministry of Defense, right, in US, what do you have, defense reports or something like that. So I could see that simply some countries have been reacting on this. But of course, when there is freedom of expression and when we have, let's say, I don't know, like issues with terrorism, there is a red line and there is a gray line, what goes to media, what goes to the public, how and when do we communicate, and so on. Another provocation I will just go, which goes also in line with freedom of expression and dignity let's go to the dignity of religious communities. What we could notice in Europe are simply cases of legal provocation linked to the freedom of religion or belief, like right to circumcision, right to ritual slaughter. We know that that refers to the Muslim communities mainly and immigration, which is there, but also hurts Jewish community. Then we have rise of anti-Semitism as well. And of course, as churches, we have to react also. We cannot pretend that it's not our issue. Okay, it's not us who are concerned, who need halal food or circumcision or any of these issues, but we need to say something in the public sphere. We need to take responsibility for what is happening in the public sphere. And in France, I saw that tomorrow there are going to be 2 presentations by John and Monsieur Clavier. Yeah, these are recorded incidents in 2021 in France, and this is just because we can see that there was an investigation 1,659 anti-religious acts in 21, and you do remember that the Minister of Interior of France introduced a new law, actually where there is a little bit of scrutiny of religious communities. So, freedoms in one way, security in another way, so where is the red line? Yeah, how do we balance? Thank you. So, and just to finish, this is the last slide, and I see my time, it's also going away. I have been also here running this training on the security protection of the worship places in Portugal, and we could see that actually Portugal has very good laws, and at least this is what I found. I don't know how let's say, update the information is, but we could see that the law on combating terrorism was amended in 2015. I don't know if there was afterwards amended, and we could see, I will just see here, that the criminal punishment of terrorism had also some effects on restricting the scope of freedom of expression. And in this context, some actions such as incitement, terrorism apology, and are criminally punished. So there are legal provisions in Portuguese law. And as we have been talking many years about religious literacy, I just want to communicate that we have done one small guide for law enforcement for judges, lawyers, police, and so on. And these are only 4 chapters about 4 religions. And when you Google how many religions are, there are about 4,200. So imagine how thick this book actually should be and how many volumes actually there should be. But European Commission agreed to just sponsor this for what means that there is lots of work to do. And yeah, we have to discuss and continue discussing where the red lines between freedom of expression and freedom of religion and all other fundamental freedoms. Thank you.
Thank you for sticking to the time. Now it's the turn of Dr. Asher Maoz, which is someone that we need to respect a lot. I'm serious. I'm very. we need and we must and we respect. He's a founding dean of Paris Academic Law School, head committee of international academic relations. Professor Maoz has taught at leading universities around the world, so I just will save all the list. That's why I say that. And of course, he is honorary vice president of the IDLR and member of the committee of IRLA experts as well. He served as academic advisor to the Knesset on adopting the Constitution of the State of Israel. This is something historic, and was chair of the State of Commission of Journalists Privilege. He authored several books. He has published over 100 academic articles and book chapters. So that's only for you an encyclopedia. And he's the vice president now of the IADLR. Thank you. The floor is yours. And you have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I'm being often asked what's the difference between a vice president and an honorary vice president. Let me tell you, there is no difference save for one thing. The honorary vice president is not on the payroll. However, I'm rewarded by working for such a worthy cause as the AIDLR stands for, and working with dear friends like Adama, Mario, Paulo, Mercedes, and many others. Freedom of dispute in the Jewish faith. By the way, I should have known better not to accept to speak after Ganun and Elisabetta, but it's too late now. And I've been approached by so many of you in Hebrew that I was considering presenting in Hebrew. I won't do it today, but it's a fair warning. My next presentation will be in Hebrew, so prepare. Freedom of dispute in the Jewish faith. A dramatic event took place in the southern town of Yavne, to where the Sanhedrin, the high court of ancient Israel, moved after the destruction of the Second Temple. The event evolved around the sanctification of the month. The Jewish calendar combines lunar months with a solar year. A new month begins with the rebirth, so-called, of the new moon. The proclamation of a new month is of utmost importance, as the religious festivals are set in accordance with that declaration. Nowadays, the beginning of the month is determined according to set charts. However, when the Sanhedrin existed, the new moon was proclaimed on the basis of its observation by witnesses. The oral law, the Mishnah, describes a disagreement between Rabban Gamliel, president of the Sanhedrin, and Rabbi Joshua, an eminent scholar, regarding the reliability of witnesses to the new moon. Rabbi Joshua was of the opinion that their testimony did not make sense, while Rabban Gamliel accepted it. The Mishnah tells us, Rabban Gamliel sent him a message. I decree that you must appear before me with your staff and coins on the day which, according to your calculation, would be Yom Kippur, which would have been the desecration of the holiest day in the Jewish calendar. Rabbi Joshua was in distress. However, we are told that in the end, he took his staff and his coins and went to Yavne to Rabban Gamliel on the day of Yom Kippur according to his calculation. Rabban Gamliel stood up and kissed him on his head and said to him, "Go in peace, my teacher and student, my teacher in wisdom and my student, in that you followed my words." How does this episode bear on the issue of religious freedom? The answer might be that this was a unique episode that has no relevance to our issue. Sanctification of the month requires declaration by court, and as one sage stated, his decision is final, whether right or wrong. We may draw, moreover, from that episode an important conclusion. While there is freedom of thought and expression, it is not so with action. For Rabban Gamliel admitted that justice might have lied with Rabbi Joshua, yet he was forced to act in accordance with the court's ruling. This distinction is even more emphasized in the case of the rebellious elder. Torah tells us that a matter too hard to judge should be brought before the Levitical priests or the magistrate in charge at the time, and one must act in accordance with the instructions given to you and the ruling handed down to you, and must not deviate from them. The function was carried out by the great Sanhedrin, who served as the final authority on Jewish law, and any scholar who went against its decisions was regarded a rebellious elder and theoretically liable to capital punishment. However, the scholar does not become rebellious merely by teaching his opposite opinion, but only if he instructs others to act in accordance with his minority dissented opinion. We are told in the Talmud of one of the leading sages who was offered the position of president of the Sanhedrin if he rescinds his differing opinions. He rejected the offer, stating that he would rather be called a fool and not become an evil person by giving up the truth as he saw it. The same goes for the crime of discovering a new phases of the Torah, not in accordance with halakha. Halakha is Jewish law, religious law. Again, this crime does not include one who merely teaches a conclusion different than that of the sages. The Talmud is full with conflicting opinions, and both majority and minority opinions are regarded to be, and I quote, words of the living God. The Talmud, moreover, does not regard the ruling opinion of the majority as more right. We are even told that the conflicting opinion is reported, since in the future it may become the decisive one. A good example is the vigorous debate on halachic matters between two leading schools of thought, that of Hillel and of Shammai. The final law almost always coincides with Hillel, because a divine voice was heard declaring a general rule of practice. Both schools espouse the words of the living God, but the halakha follows the school of Hillel. We are told, moreover, that halachic practice was decided in favor of the house of Hillel, since they were agreeable and forbearing. Interesting, not they were smarter. However, we are also being told that in the Messianic era, halakha will follow the school of Shammai. According to one opinion, while halakha follows the school of Hillel, one may choose to follow either Hillel or Shammai as long as he does so consistently. However, if he follows the leniencies of both schools, he is considered evil, while if he follows the stringency of both schools, he is considered a fool. The right to deviate is not restricted to the academic sphere. There is no pope in Jewish religion. Even the Institute of Chief Rabbi, who is so common nowadays, has no ground in halakha. And usually, if you look around, the chief rabbis are not the greatest rabbis in the country. The greatest rabbis refuse to become chief rabbis because it has no halachic root. And since the abolition of the Sanhedrin, Judaism lacks a central institute that will decide controversial issues. The rule is rather that each and every Jew may choose the rabbi whose ruling he will obey. Referring to this phenomenon, the late Justice Menachem Elon of the Supreme Court of Israel wrote, "It is well known that Jewish thought over the ages is full of varying perceptions and conflicting approaches. No litigant finds it difficult to extract from the recesses of the sources some support for his own argument and views. This applies to each and every issue. Certainly, it goes without saying that these approaches and perceptions, taken together, have contributed to the deepening and enriching of Jewish thought. From this vast and abundant storehouse, the inquirer must draw liberally that which his time and place require, and which they themselves join the treasury of Jewish philosophy and Jewish heritage. Pluralism, says Menachem Elon, is not a negative phenomenon or defect. It is of the essence of halakha. It is not a question of inconsistency or deficiency to say, heaven forbid, that the Torah was thereby made into two Torahs. On the contrary, that is the way of the Torah. The utterness of both are the words of the living God. You will find this expression, words of the living God, all over the Talmud. A multiplicity of views and approaches tend, moreover, to create harmony and uniformity through diversity. In the words of Rabbi Epstein, he was the last codifier of the Jewish law, and he says, every dispute among the sages in pursuit of true understanding constitutes the word of the living God, and each has a place in the halakha. That is indeed the glory of our holy and eminent and immaculate Torah. The whole Torah is called a song, and it is the glory of the song that its different sounds are various and harmonious. Commenting on Rabbi Epstein's words, Elon writes, "The halakha is a mighty symphony made up of many different notes. Therein lies its greatness and beauty. In every generation, it needs a great conductor, blessed with inspiration and vision, who can find the interpretation of its many individual notes that will please the ear and respond to the needs of the contemporary audience." The Torah is supreme even to its giver, supreme to God himself. The Talmud tells us of a halachic dispute that arose between the sages, in which, notwithstanding that all the sages disagreed with Rabbi Eliezer, the latter tried to convince his colleagues that justice lay with him. We are told, on that day, Rabbi Eliezer brought forward every imaginable argument, but the sages did not accept them. Said he to them, "If halakha agrees with me, let this carob tree prove it." Thereupon the carob tree was torn 100 cubits out of its place. Other affirm 400. The miracle was not big enough with 100. By the way, it shows you that the house, the Bet Midrash, the house of learning, was in the middle of nature, that they could look out of the window and see the carob tree. "No proof can be brought from the carob tree," they retorted. Again he said to them, "If the halakha agrees with me, let the stream of water prove it." Whereupon the stream of water flowed backward. "No proof can be brought from the stream of water," they rejoined. Again he urged, "If the halakha agrees with me, let the walls of the schoolhouse prove it." This is much more dangerous and much more dramatic, because listen what happened. Whereupon the walls began to lean, and they would have buried all the sages under them. But Rabbi Joshua, whom we met at the beginning of the presentation, stood up, rebuked them, saying, "When scholars are engaged in a halachic dispute, what have you to interfere in that?" Hence, they did not fall in honor of Rabbi Joshua, nor did they resume the upright in honor of Rabbi Eliezer. These were the two greatest rabbis of that time. And we are told that if we know where that school was located, we can still see the walls half leaning. They didn't stood up. And here is the last proof, or he thought so. "Again said he to them, if the halakha agrees with me, let it be proven from heaven." Whereupon a heavenly voice, namely God himself, cried out, "Why do you dispute with Rabbi Eliezer, seeing that in all matters of the halakha agrees with him?" But Rabbi Joshua arose and exclaimed. He spoke very soft to the walls, but he screamed towards God, and that's what he said. "It is not in heaven." That's how it is in the Bible, in the Torah. What did he mean by this? Said Rabbi Jeremiah, explained, "The Torah had already been given in Mount Sinai. We pay no attention to a heavenly voice, because thou hast long since written in the law at Mount Sinai, after the majority must one incline." So more or less, sorry God, lucky Eliezer is not single, you are two against all of us. You lose. There is an addendum to this story. Rabbi Nathan met Elijah the prophet, well, in an age where the carob trees are torn away and the stream of water go upward. It's not a miracle to meet Elijah, I guess. And he met and asked him, "What did the Holy One, blessed be he, do in that hour?" How did he react to such an episode? He laughed with joy. He replied, saying, "My sons have defeated me. My sons have defeated me." Commenting on these two Talmudic passages, the late Justice Moshe Zilberg of the Supreme Court of Israel wrote, "Here we find the rule of law in the absolute sense of the term, the law ruling the lawgiver, the inclusion of the legislator himself, God, within the framework of legal and decisional relationships created by the laws given by him. He observes the precepts of the law, submits to the authority of the law, and furthermore, submits to the authentic interpretation given by the interpreters, namely, submits himself to the jurisdiction of an authoritative body, human being, the majority, authorized by him to determine in case of doubt, which for him, of course, is no doubt at all. He knows the truth. If the law is after the majority must one follow, then this rule is to be applied even when God himself is an interested party. Justice Zilberg summarizes, the idea is too great to be grasped by our ordinary mind, but one conclusion certainly rises from it, that the jurisdiction of Jewish law is not confined within boundaries of relation between men and men. Matters concerning the relationship between men and God are caught by the net of legal relations as well. Well, we could go on, but the clock goes on as well. So let me conclude by saying all this said so far is limited to activities within the boundaries of Jewish faith and established rules. Judaism does not accept the right to trespass these boundaries. In cases that might have endangered the existence of Judaism and the future of the Jewish people and faith, the establishment might have reacted sharply, in very rare cases even leading to excommunication. So in conclusion, I would say that it would be accurate to state that Judaism does not recognize freedom of religion for its members. It does sanction, however, freedom within religion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maus, for sticking to the time as well, and for this wonderful lecture. Now, I would say that Joaquim Franco has 20 minutes because Ganun gave 10, but it was for questions. No. The questions come after. and two, so but these are adding for the questions. So now is the turn of...
I think our team should get the medal.
That's a good one. Now it's the turn of Joaquim Franco, jornalista, comentador. He's a journalist on religious and liberty for the CNN, specialist in social and religious issues. So he has been taking notes of whatever you have been saying. I've looked at what he wrote, so you risk to be on CNN tomorrow. Now, he writes on moderation, on debates, and commentaries, and interviews. He's a coordinator as well, and editor of Religious and Citizenship for the CNN in Portugal. You have, let's say, 12 minutes. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this invitation, and I beg your pardon, but you have to pick your headphones, please. Okay, I will talk in Portuguese. It's better for me, and of course, it's better for you. I'm sure it was. And so, if you don't mind, after the morning words and this presentation, well, I don't have any remarks to do, but it's so clear. But let's try. Liberdade de expressão. Liberdade para dizer. Para ser. Eu diria mais. Direito de dizer, direito de ser. Direito de ser diferente. Mas ser diferente com deveres e responsabilidade. Diria até mais. Isto é muito mais do que um sentimento religioso. Em corresponsabilidade. Vai muito mais além. A liberdade A religiosa, e é dessa que falamos aqui também, exprime-se, entre outras liberdades, a liberdade de escolher, pensar, a liberdade de consciência, a liberdade de estar no espaço público, admitindo todos os equívocos e limitações que esta presença implica, e temos de reconhecer que gera, inevitavelmente, equívocos. Peço-vos desculpa, mas eu sou incapaz de excluir a minha experiência enquanto jornalista e a acompanhar há cerca de 30 anos, mais de 30 anos, o fenómeno religioso, e mais de 20 em televisão, com todas as dificuldades que implica, porque o fenómeno religioso não é de fácil acesso aos grandes média, quando sabemos, e nem sequer é fácil trazer para a agenda do cotidiano jornalístico o tema religião. Eu vivo diariamente com esse constrangimento. A reflexão que faço, a partir do que ouvimos, é precisamente sobre o papel e a presença das religiões na construção da liberdade e na afirmação da diversidade nesta media age, nesta Idade Média. Em português a expressão Idade Média é muito curiosa. Que tempo é este? Teríamos de convocar, se calhar, outra conferência só para ensaiar uma resposta a esta pergunta. Que tempo é este? Falamos de liberdade religiosa e de dignidade humana quando sabemos que nenhuma liberdade é integralmente garantida e que a dignidade humana é um propósito. Em alguns locais, quase uma questão de fé. As liberdades podem ser defendidas pela lei, mas isso não garante que sejam respeitadas. Vivemos num tempo de campo aberto, eu diria de um campo aberto, de um campo de convicções. E é aqui que se calhar melhor nos entendemos. É de resto esse campo aberto que permite depois o exercício de fazer perguntas, até diria mais perguntas às respostas que julgamos ter, de duvidar, porque neste tempo o que prevalece é a desconfiança, é a dúvida. E esta coisa de fazer perguntas às respostas que julgamos ter, em contexto religioso, e sei que está aqui muita gente que partilha essa função ou esse trabalho, em contexto religioso, onde habitualmente se procuram respostas, às vezes até absolutas, é um tremendo problema. Fazer perguntas às certezas que julgamos ter. E, no fundo, é isso que este tempo mediaticamente nos impõe. Fazer perguntas, duvidar. E, às vezes, nem fazemos perguntas porque as dúvidas se transformam em certezas. De todas as liberdades que conseguimos na maturidade socioantropológica, cultural, filosófica, teológica, a liberdade religiosa é, porventura, das que melhor diz a dignidade humana. Das que melhor diz a dignidade humana. Ao lado das outras liberdades que já aqui foram explicadas. E porquê? Porque as religiões, como nós sabemos, podem legitimar a segregação e a exclusão. E de que maneira? Um livro sagrado, em mãos indevidas ou impreparadas, pode ser um perigo mortal. Mas, na verdade, para coexistirem, as religiões têm de afirmar-se exclusivamente na diversidade e na pluralidade, aceitando a diferença. É multidimensional nas experiências da fé e até na ruptura com as estruturas de crença. Aceitar quem não acredita e, com esse que não acredita, fazer pontes de coexistência, é já um pressuposto da liberdade religiosa. É a forma mais sublime de afirmar a dignidade humana no contexto religioso. Fazer pontes com quem não acredita. Assume-se em diversidade, e é nesta diversidade que as lideranças e elites religiosas, ciclicamente, estamos a viver um desses ciclos, procuram caminhos comuns, de entendimento sobre aquilo que é verdadeiramente essencial. Põem em segundo plano o que as distingue, o que as separa. São caminhos feitos pelo respeito, pelo diálogo, humanizando as procuras, fazendo um caminho de ombro mais horizontal e menos vertical, e nós vivemos neste momento esse processo. O nosso momento histórico é este momento de humanizar as procuras de sentido. Ou, numa expressão que ganhou também a forma e a força de um compromisso escrito, recuperando uma velha intuição religiosa, de construir fraternidade, qualquer que seja a crença ou a não crença daquele que está ao meu lado. Construir este paradigma da fraternidade. E assim voltamos à pergunta: que tempo é este? As estruturas de pensamento religioso baseiam-se num campo de reflexões, como nós sabemos, muito vastas, discernidas, sujeitas à ponderação, à tradição, à memória, à narrativa poética, à literatura, a um fio de compreensão que nos leva muito para lá do que é imediato, meramente palpável e visível. E então, se é assim, que tempo relacional e comunicacional é este? Que tempo é este em que as religiões sentem necessidade de se afirmar? Entre a sedução do mundo, ouvíamos esta manhã essa reflexão, entre a sedução do mundo digital, das redes, das bolhas, das tais bolhas manipuladas pelo algoritmo, e as palavras complexas de um livro fechado, sagrado, ou de um conjunto de rituais distantes da linguagem dominante, que é a linguagem da síntese, da velocidade, da palavra curta, do lead. Qual é o espaço e o tempo nos grandes média para a religião? Eu diria pouco, e normalmente vinculado apenas a situações que não são as melhores. Neste espaço é que nos posicionamos, denominado desenvolvido, mais urbano, intercultural. As estatísticas revelam que a religião, como outras dimensões da organização social, está a passar por um processo de desinstitucionalização. Ou seja, para simplificar, de redefinição. Há cada vez mais gente que se diz religiosa sem uma religião específica. Ou que se diz crente sem saber bem porquê ou em quê. A religião, num sentido mais amplo do termo, não acabou, como se vaticinava aqui há uns anos. Mas é cada vez mais uma experiência desvinculada, de pequenos grupos, de pertenças limitadas. Vive com outros tons, com outras cores, multifacetada, em metamorfose. Há até quem a considere, é um paradoxo, mas é um bonito paradoxo, mais espiritual e simultaneamente laica. Dirão que é preciso trabalhar a literacia religiosa. Eu reconheço que há muito pouco conhecimento e muita pouca cultura religiosa nas redações e nos grandes média. Mas eu tenho outra percepção. É mais do que isso. Deixámos o tempo da bússola, a bússola que indicava um norte religioso, sabia-se de uma existência, de uma certeza que orientava. Passámos ao tempo do radar, que varre uma zona, percebemos que há qualquer coisa que se detecta, não sabemos bem onde ou o quê, apenas desconfiamos. Esta é a metamorfose que a religião ou as religiões enfrentam hoje. Há uma mudança no azimuth. E é importante aqui abrir outras possibilidades. Os próprios agentes responsáveis pelas estruturas religiosas e pelo pensamento religioso têm de abrir espaço e tempo para outras possibilidades de entendimento do seu próprio fenómeno. Perceber esta metamorfose. Isto é um tremendo desafio para as instituições religiosas. Há, como sabemos, zonas de colonialismo religioso, de ditaduras religiosas, mas não é esse o território em que nos posicionamos. Estamos a falar de um território da liberdade religiosa e da dignidade humana. É aqui que se exprimem. Agora, outras perguntas. Permitam a ousadia da retórica. Entre as verdades que constroem percepções e um conceito de verdade que se dilui em verdades efêmeras mediáticas, como dizer a certeza intemporal da fé? Como dizer uma verdade num tempo que desvaloriza certezas perenes para valorizar o efêmero? Este é o desafio maior das religiões. Quando a religião deixa de ser reconhecida como relevante pelas opiniões públicas, é a sua expressão em liberdade que começa também a ser posta em causa. Em diversidade e liberdade, a experiência religiosa precisa de se afirmar como contributo e bandeira da dignidade humana. Afirmar a sua relevância mais transversal, social, com evidentes implicações na vida das pessoas, com tudo o que isso implica na valorização ou desvalorização de alguns dos seus alicerces. É uma responsabilidade dos atores políticos, é uma responsabilidade vossa. Não abdicar de dois dos mais importantes contributos da religião para refletir a organização das sociedades humanas: a esperança e a ética, e o respectivo impacto político. Não é por acaso que o Papa Francisco assume, em muitas das intervenções que faz, que uma das prioridades do nosso tempo é a reabilitação do exercício político e da política. E, no entanto, ouvimos lideranças religiosas a rechaçarem, a afastarem a sua responsabilidade política na organização política da sociedade. Têm uma tremenda responsabilidade. Não se trata de perspectivar aqui teocracias, não é isso que está em causa, mas de reconhecer que as religiões estão também na nascente, produzem ideias, cultura, práticas relacionais e morais e têm uma palavra a dizer sobre os modelos de organização social e o bem comum. Trata-se de terem uma eficácia concreta na vida das pessoas, sejam crentes ou não crentes, serem atores. E para serem atores neste ciclo da história é importante entrar nos debates difíceis. Lá está, sem ter medo que os seus próprios alicerces tremam. Porque isso faz parte do processo. Faz parte do processo. É um tempo de urgência de corresponsabilidade para reabilitar as liberdades, de estar lá nos debates mais difíceis, mesmo aqueles fraturantes, como há pouco se falava de manhã, aqueles difíceis todos, não estar lá, ter uma posição, mas perceber que nesta sociedade tecnológica, hiper-emotiva, pouco racional, polarizada, geradora de conflitos e equívocos, requerem-se outras ferramentas. E o reconhecimento de que as religiões falam em contexto de igualdade. Por isso é tempo de se abrirem umas às outras e de assumir e reclamarem esse dever ético de falar em igualdade. Porque não basta falar, é preciso ser entendido. Se estamos a falar sem sermos entendidos, o fruto é muito pouco. E por isso as religiões têm, de facto, de ouvir o mundo em mudança, sob risco de se transformarem em núcleos acantonados de determinados princípios que, no grosso da sociedade, deixam de implicar e de relacionar as pessoas. Termino. A expressão pública da liberdade religiosa pode, deve e tem de ser cola social e cultural, contributo para a convivência na diversidade, no respeito pela definição da dignidade humana. Se assim não for, acentua-se precisamente a erosão institucional das religiões e não sabemos ainda o que sobra. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Now is the time to open. There's no time for questions. Paulo?
I'm so sorry, Pedro. We have to close the panel. I am grateful to you for leading the panel, to all people that work here, but it's 4 o'clock and we need to stop a little bit, okay? I appreciate it a lot, all the interventions. I think we all did. But as Dr. Danun said, time is limiting our speech, unfortunately. That's the right thing to say. So we are going to stop for a moment. I think we have 15 minutes. We come back at 4:20 and we'll start at 4:25, okay? Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, participants. Thank you for being more on time than myself. We should have started 5 minutes ago. But we are going to have on the next session Mr. Jens Mohr. He is the Secretary General of IADLR in Germany. And he told me that as being German, time will not be a problem on this session, right? You told me that. So that's okay. I thank you. But I would like to highlight the presence of IADLR responsibles on this conference. We saw this morning the President Mário Brito. We also had already the privilege to hear from Marna Magarosi, our Vice President. We have with us Norbert Zenz, our treasurer. Thank you. And thank you especially, Norbert, for having worked so hard so we could have these conditions all together. Thank you so much. But I would like also to highlight the national chapters. I don't know if all of them are here right now, but we have representatives from almost all of our national chapters, with the exception of the Czech Republic, could not be present. From Austria, we have Oliver Fitzberger, the Secretary General, with his invitee, Alfred Soare. From Bulgaria, Tsanko Mitsev, with his invitee, Viktor Danielov. Thank you for coming. From France, you knew Pedro Torres, and we are going to have the privilege of hearing this afternoon Reverend François Claveroli. From Germany, Jens Mohr, with his invitee, Ralph Grunka. From Italy, Davide Romano and Francesca Evangelisti, with the invitee, Professor Silvia Baldassare. From Portugal, José Lagoa, the Secretary General, Ezequiel Duarte, and their invitees, Joana Barata and Magda Ribeiro. From Romania, Aurel Niatu, the President of Constantia in Libertate, which is the association there, and Dragos Musat as Secretary General. From Spain, Oscar Lopez and the Secretary General, Ruben Guzman. And from Switzerland, Raphael Nagler, the Secretary General. So I salute you all. Thank you for coming. You're hosting also this conference, and it's important that everybody will meet you during the sessions. And I give the floor now to Jens Mohr. Thank you.
Thank you, Paolo. As you mentioned, we don't only have an issue with freedom of expression, but also with time restraints. So I'm very happy to have all these experts here, these excellent women and men, teaching us and giving presentations. And we start this session with Peter Stilwell. Peter Stilwell is currently director of the Department of Ecumenical Relations and Interreligious Dialogue of the Roman Catholic Patriarchate of Lisbon. He holds a PhD in fundamental theology from the Gregorian Pontifical University in Rome. And from 2012 to 2020, he was rector of the University of St. Joseph in Macau, China. So his topic will be "The Stones Will Cry Out, the Irrepressible Call of Conscience." Dr. Stilwell, the floor is yours.
Well, I slipped away at lunchtime to try and turn my talk into a 15-minute talk and to produce a PowerPoint, as that might help. And we start with, as you know, this quotation. The title of my talk is taken from this moment in which Jesus enters Jerusalem, and the Pharisees, some Pharisees in the crowd said to Jesus, "Teacher, rebuke your disciples. I tell you, he replied, if they keep quiet, the stones will cry out. As he approached Jerusalem and saw the city, he wept over it and said, if you had only known on this day what would bring you peace, but now it is hidden from your eyes. Who are we? Are we the Jerusalem whose eyes don't see? Are we the Pharisees who think that the crowd is a bit noisy and out of order? Or are we the crowd? We are probably all of these. So when I look at the issue that was raised, this issue of freedom of religion and freedom of expression, I tend to go back to something earlier. I think that we need to realize that religion and faith are not something which is sitting on the edge or somewhere within society. It is really an expression of something which is the foundation of community life, which is faith. In other words, what we in theology divide into fides qua credimus and fides que credimus, the faith with which we believe and the faith in which we believe. These are dimensions which are transversal to all society. If we drill down to the primary foundations of our being in the world, we will find that life itself is rooted in trust or mistrust. We would not have fed on our mother's breast if something deeply embedded in us had not told us that she was trustworthy and that to suckle would soothe our hunger for food and comfort. We would not get out of bed in the morning if we did not trust that life had something to offer us. We trust that the sun will rise and set as expected. Farmers trust that spring will follow winter and that it is worth tilling and sowing the fields. So if there was no trust, faith, confidence, things would start coming to pieces. When we break down this network of trust and confidence, things begin to fall apart. We all remember the recent ideologically driven budget put forward in Britain by Liz Truss. On paper, it might have worked, but she forgot that the economy is not an inanimate or mechanical object. It is a convenient word we use to denominate a complex network of human relations. She lost the confidence of the markets, we say, and Britain lost billions of pounds almost overnight. In fact, she lost the confidence not of the inanimate shares or financial bonds, but of those who buy and sell them. The confidence of the markets collapsed because people didn't trust her. Perhaps they forgot to put a T on the end of Liz Truss's name. Anyway, as we look out on the world, we see it from our own perspective, and that is this idea of conscious, or being conscious is, in English, sort of an ambivalent word. To be conscious is to be aware, not to be asleep. But to have a conscience means something else. And to have a conscience is not something that's just stuck there in our minds. It is a way of expressing something which is deep down inside us, that we are connected to other people and that there is some form of awareness, which may be greater or lesser, that we are connected to other people and to the world in general, and so that our decisions are going to be in harmony or disharmony with the world around us. And if we push this to the limit, as we do in our religious confessions, in religious traditions, we push it, it postulates that there is a knowing of the world which sees that all is good. In other words, there is a call for us to move spiritually away from ourselves to another center, to see things from somewhere which is not just our own interest. However, we do look out on a horizon. You are looking at me, I am looking at you, we are seeing different things. If we talk together, maybe I will get a bigger picture of what is actually going on, and I'll understand the world better. So this is the challenge that I think is present when we feel this tension, when we talk about freedom of religion and freedom of expression, is are we allowing people to express what they are seeing from their various centers and the horizons, what they are seeing? Is there a fusion of horizons going on between us? Are we being able to dialogue in such a way that we are able to see things in a wider perspective because we are not only seeing it from our own perspective? And I put there on the side, just as a provocation, we all know about being woke and the criticism about woke, but the origin of the expression is very interesting. It's not so far from the evangelical perspective that we must be vigilant, to be awake, to be awoken, or in Afro-American style, to be woke, to have been woken up. In other words, perhaps what happens, what is uncomfortable for long-standing traditions is that someone is speaking from a different perspective which we haven't been listening to carefully. And perhaps they don't speak in the same way, perhaps they are rude, perhaps they are loud, perhaps it's upsetting. But it is a challenge to do something which I found very interesting when I was reading the Vida of Saint Teresa of Avila. As she progresses through the 7 levels of the interior life, carrying out a sort of geography of our spiritual life, she starts with the idea of a caterpillar. Myself is a caterpillar, struggling to move across the plants and so on and so forth. And then when she gets to the 4th Murada, the caterpillar enters a chrysalis and seems to be falling to pieces and being changed. And then in the 5th, or the 6th and 7th Muradas, it has turned into a butterfly, and the butterfly is being carried by the Spirit of God. So it is an interesting image. And why do I bring it in here? Because when we are trying to bring together our centers, so to speak, our perspectives on the world, we must remember that this is also a spiritual challenge. It's not just an issue of listening to what people are putting on paper. Are we being transformed interiorly from being an I looking out on the world to becoming a we? Are we somehow inhabited also by those we represent? Are we being a truly living conscience within the society? So that is my pictures. And now just to quote Benedict XVI, I think it is interesting to quote him because he came at this issue of interreligious dialogue and freedom of religion very much from a theologian's point of view, rather abstract. And then, as you all remember, when he became Pope, he wasn't very careful about the examples he gave, and there was a lot of noise around it, his famous Regensburg speech. And then the Muslim community got together and they wrote him a letter explaining that Islam was not what he thought. And he listened to them, and gradually we see him develop. And This is towards the end of his time as Pope, when he was just finished signing the exhortation, apostolic exhortation after the Synod on the Middle East. And he talks about religious freedom, and he says, religious freedom is the pinnacle of all freedoms. It is sacred and inalienable right. It includes, on individual and collective levels, the freedom to follow one's conscience in religious matters, freedom of worship, freedom to choose the religion which one judges to be true, and to manifest one's belief in public. It must be possible to profess and freely manifest one's religion and its symbols without endangering one's life and personal freedom. As you will realize, when this is said in an exhortation on Ecclesia in Medio Oriente, this has particular relevance. But he then moves on to the issue of, which is at the center of our discussion, the issue of truth. There is need to move beyond tolerance to religion, to religious freedom. In other words, tolerance to move on to religious freedom. Taking this step does not open the door to relativism, as some would maintain. It does not compromise belief, but rather calls for a reconsideration of the relationship between man, religion, and God. It is not an attack on the foundational truths of belief, since despite human and religious divergences, a ray of truth shines on all men and women. This is part of our patristic tradition in the Catholic Church. In other words, when we speak to people from other religious traditions, there is something, some light that we will learn from them that we are not seeing ourselves. And I finish my last slide, and what I think is the most important. We know very well that truth apart from God does not exist as an autonomous reality. If it did, it would be an idol. The truth cannot unfold except in an otherness open to God, who wishes to reveal his own otherness in and through my human brothers and sisters. Hence, it is not fitting to state in an exclusive way, I possess the truth. We come close to what the professor in the previous, Professor Maus was saying about the Jewish tradition of discussion. The truth is not possessed by anyone. It is always a gift which calls us to undertake a journey of ever closer assimilation to truth. Truth can only be known and experienced in freedom, and for this reason we cannot impose truth on others. Truth is disclosed only in an encounter of love. And that is the challenge. And as far as religious freedom on the law books and freedom of expression can contribute to that, that is great. But this is the heart of the matter, as far as I can see.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stilwell, for your important words and your time-restricted words. 15 minutes. Wow, thank you so much. Our next presenter will be François Claveroli, and we are happy to have him here. He is pastor of the United Protestant Church of France and has been president of the Fédération Protestante de France from 2013 to 2022. He is a member of the Council of the Communion of Protestant Churches in Europe, and he will speak in French to us. So prepare your headsets, because his talk will be translated into English. His topic will be freedom of worship and religious expression, the evolution of the law in France as a sign of an evolution of mindset. We are happy to hear you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le modérateur. J'aime beaucoup le texte de la Pentecôte où chacun entend parler dans sa propre langue. Mais dans le livre des actes, il n'y a pas d'anges qui traduisent, il n'y a pas besoin d'anges. Ici, nous avons 3 anges qui traduisent, et je voulais les remercier en votre nom à tous. Le sens de mon intervention se veut à la fois comme une alerte et comme un encouragement. Tout d'abord, il s'agit d'une alerte sur les risques liés à l'évolution de plus en plus critique du regard porté par un grand nombre de nos contemporains sur la religion dans le monde, et qu'il s'agisse d'intellectuels, de responsables politiques, d'élus, de croyants engagés dans leur propre confession. Il s'agit donc d'une alerte à ce sujet, et puis il s'agit aussi d'un encouragement à œuvrer malgré tout pour la défense de la liberté religieuse, puisque c'est le propos de l'association, œuvrer pour la défense de la liberté religieuse, et ceci malgré ce que donnent à voir les religions un peu partout dans le monde ces derniers temps, comme s'il fallait défendre les religions ou la liberté de la religion contre les religions elles-mêmes et contre leurs propres démons. À partir de l'exemple récent tiré du contexte français, à savoir le vote de la loi du 24 août 2021, alors le 24 août, c'est la Saint-Barthélemy en France, mais les législateurs n'ont pas fait exprès. C'est un hasard du calendrier. Cette loi du 24 août avait pour objectif de mieux lutter contre la menace du séparatisme. Je ne sais pas si vous connaissez ce mot de séparatisme, c'est la tentation de vivre sa citoyenneté en dehors des principes républicains. Et je noterai donc à la fois cette évolution et cette nécessité de plaider pour la liberté de culte, et je conclurai par l'expression de cette alerte et de cet encouragement. Le protestantisme français a toujours exprimé son attachement aux valeurs de la République. Il n'a jamais cessé d'affirmer son rôle de vigie de la République face à toute atteinte qui pourrait affaiblir ses valeurs. Et ce rôle de vigie de la République, le président de la République l'a même exprimé dans un de ses discours officiels lors des 500 ans de la Réforme à l'Hôtel de Ville de Paris, lorsque je l'avais invité. Alors nous sommes vigies de la République. Et voilà qu'une loi, la loi du 24 août 2021, contrecarre, critique, met en cause, d'une certaine manière, la liberté de religion. J'aimerais rapidement vous dire les 4 points sur lesquels cette loi interroge les chrétiens, pas seulement les protestants, mais aussi les catholiques, les orthodoxes, puisque protestants, catholiques et orthodoxes, nous sommes allés jusqu'au Conseil constitutionnel. Ça, c'était pas dans le texte, alors Pedro est perdu, ça y est, mais c'est pas grave. 4 points, et après, je vous dirai les conclusions. Le premier point, c'est l'obligation de signer ce qui est appelé un contrat d'engagement républicain, prévu à l'article 6 pour toutes les associations, un contrat d'engagement républicain pour toutes les associations 1901, c'est-à-dire la vie associative en France, en subordonnant le versement des subventions publiques au respect de ce contrat qu'il faut signer. Et les protestants ont dit, mais attention, il y a des associations qui, par leur action, sont à la limite lorsqu'ils aident, par exemple, des réfugiés, des étrangers, des migrants. Est-ce que, à cause de cette action limite, on va leur supprimer les subventions? Ça, c'est la première chose. Deuxième point, la vérification par les services fiscaux de la régularité des reçus émis par les associations cultuelles, c'est-à-dire par les paroisses. Et cette vérification est de nature à porter atteinte à la liberté de conscience et à la liberté de culte, puisque le législateur peut trouver les noms, par cette vérification, de ceux qui cotisent à leur Église. Le troisième point, c'est l'obligation aux associations cultuelles, c'est-à-dire aux paroisses, de se déclarer tous les 5 ans auprès du préfet, c'est-à-dire auprès de l'État. Et ici, il y a donc, au fond, un agrément administratif à la place de la simple et essentielle liberté d'association. Et puis le quatrième et dernier point, ce sont les nouvelles dispositions pesant sur les associations cultuelles, donc les paroisses, bénéficiaires d'argent étranger, et l'article 33 donne obligation de faire certifier les comptes par un commissaire aux comptes, et là ça coûte de l'argent, pour vérifier d'où vient l'argent de l'étranger. Alors vous comprenez que ce quatrième point vise en particulier l'islam. D'où vient l'argent des mosquées Pour le protestantisme français, l'argent de l'étranger, il vient d'Allemagne, il vient de Suisse, il vient des États-Unis, il vient de je ne sais pas où, de Hollande parfois. Pour les catholiques, il peut venir du monde entier, pour les orthodoxes aussi. Et cette vérification est donc un contrôle. Voilà ce que je voulais vous dire. Au fond, cette loi, pour la première fois depuis 1905, veut contrôler le culte, au lieu de le laisser libre. Et plus que le contrôler, fait a priori peser un soupçon sur la religion. Et ça n'est pas un hasard si en France, les cultes sont sous la responsabilité du ministère de l'Intérieur. Voilà ce que je voulais dire sur cette loi. Je ne veux pas en rajouter, mais j'aimerais terminer au fond en disant que, au fond, cette alerte concernant le travail législatif exprime une évolution de l'état d'esprit en France et en Europe, où la religion est considérée comme quelque chose qu'il faut contrôler parce que c'est potentiellement une menace. Et il faut dire, et ce sera la pointe de mon discours, que les religions elles-mêmes ne contribuent pas à leur propre défense. Au contraire, dans la mesure où des crimes sont commis au sein de leurs propres institutions par leurs responsables, je parle de crimes, pas de petits délits, de crimes, où l'on parle de crise systémique, pédophilie, agression sexuelle, emprise spirituelle, ou encore lorsque de graves défauts sont constatés dans la formation intellectuelle et personnelle des cadres, ou lorsque sont révélés des faits de corruption et des scandales, ou encore lorsque ces religions, comme on le voit aujourd'hui même en Russie ou ailleurs, se laissent instrumentaliser par le pouvoir politique au point de se compromettre dans des discours injustifiables et dangereux. Défendre la liberté religieuse est une noble cause qui doit passer nécessairement par la lutte contre les propres démons de la religion. Telle est l'une des tâches les plus urgentes au sein de chaque culte, car tous sont concernés, islam, christianisme, judaïsme, bouddhisme, hindouisme, tous, sans exception aucune. Sans exception. Et l'encouragement, parce qu'il faut être positif, l'encouragement, c'est que la religion est une ressource inestimable en humanité. Vous l'avez tous exprimé depuis ce matin. Elle tente de rendre compte depuis le fond des âges et par le truchement à la fois de la raison, du récit, de la poésie et du mythe, de ce qui constitue notre préoccupation ultime. La religion veut par le rite et le symbole inscrire au cœur de la culture le culte de l'accueil de l'autre avec un petit a et l'accueil de l'autre avec un grand A. Une culture qui voudrait exculturer le culte se prépare donc à des lendemains barbares. Ce sera le mot de la fin notre société qui se sécularise de plus en plus et qui voit la religion comme une menace, a envie de l'exculturer. Des sociétés ont déjà essayé de supprimer le culte, des cultures ont déjà essayé d'exculturer les cultes, et c'est la barbarie qui est venue. Alors, je vous encourage encore plus à lutter pour la liberté religieuse. Je vous remercie.
The floor is yours.
For me, it is a great honor and pleasure to be able to speak in the Gulbenkian Museum. This is the one building on earth where I have had the feeling of being important and respected. The only building on earth where I've had that feeling. And let me explain. About 8 years ago, I was invited to the University of Lisbon to give a presentation on secular states. And one of the people on the panel, well, I should back one step, I thought when I was invited that this would be a good chance for me to come to the Gulbenkian Museum, which I had long wanted to see and had never seen. So for me, coming to Lisbon, the presentation, okay, that's fine, but really it was to come to the Gulbenkian Museum. Well, by coincidence, one of the people on my panel was the former president of the Gulbenkian Foundation. So I told him that I was interested in coming to this museum, and he said, well, let me make some arrangements for you. So I came to the museum. He was not there that day, but the director of the museum was there and a other high official, and they gave me a personal tour of the museum. Then they took me to lunch in the private dining room, and then they gave me books from the bookstore, and I felt as though I was a very important person. As soon as I left the building, I returned to the status that I have never since attained. Anyway, it is a pleasure for me to be here. I'm going to talk about French laïcité. The translation of that word in English is typically secularism. But in France, laïcité means something a lot more and different from secularism. So I'm going to use the French term. If you have to translate into English or into Portuguese, we could say secularism, but really it's some kind of thought that's different. I'd like to make reference to the previous panel where Ganoun spoke to us about the core values of belief and conscience, almost as if he were Immanuel Kant explaining these things to us. Then Elisabetta spoke afterwards where she talked about the persecution of religious groups and religious people in Europe. They were both talking about religion, both talking about freedom of religion. They were talking about two very different things, I think. A few years ago, I was asked by the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees to analyze issues related to religion. And they asked me to provide a definition. I said, you can't define religion. They said, do you want to be paid? I said, yes. So I then came up with something not of a definition, but more of an explanation. So I said, when we're talking about religious persecution or religious difficulties, we're really talking about three different aspects of religion. One of them is religion as belief. And I think that's what Ganoun spoke about, is how important religion is as a belief system and the values that are associated with that. Another aspect of religion is religion as identity. And religion as identity is important to many religious believers, of course, but also religion as identity is important to people who persecute other people based upon their religion. So I think when Elisabetta is talking about the attacks on mosques, the attacks on synagogues, probably the people who are doing the attacks are not religious scholars who read the Torah and thought, I cannot abide by this religion, I am going to go attack a synagogue, or by people who who had read the Quran and thought this is unacceptable, I'm going to attack a mosque. These were built by people who were attacking other people not because of their beliefs, which they probably didn't know, but because of what those people represented to them, some kind of an identity. So in one sense, Ganoun and Elisabetta are talking about the same thing. In another sense, they're talking about two entirely different things. And I think it's important to keep that in mind when we talk about roles of state and when we talk about religious persecution, that there are different things going on, and maybe it's not respecting religious beliefs that is the problem. Maybe it is not liking the identity of somebody who appears to be different or who your symbols seem to be offensive to. Now, we're going to talk about France today, and I'd like to say that I'm entirely in agreement with what Francois just said about the law. I will note that although it was completed on August 24th, the massacre of Saint-Barthélemy, it was also published on August 25th, which is my birthday. So in honor of me, also the feast day for Saint Louis of France. So we have a little bit of a difficulty there. Now, laïcité in France, I think, is being used, the concept of laïcité is being used to engage in the second form of religion, or this dealing with the second issue. It is religion as identity, and it is using the powers of the state and state institutions and state broadcasting ultimately to attack other people based on religion. Now, it's doing it in neutral language, but there's nothing unusual about using neutral language to attack a despised group. Usually we don't say, we're going to attack you because we hate this group, is we're going to attack you because somehow you seem different to us. Your symbols, wearing a headscarf on the public space in France is making us uncomfortable. That is the reason that we will be attacking you. Okay, now prior to the year 2004, the term laïcité had been defined and described many times by the French institution probably most responsible legally for defining this is by the Conseil d'État, so the High Administrative Council. The Conseil Constitutionnel had not really dealt with this issue, but the Conseil d'État had dealt with this issue many times. And the issue became prominent in France, particularly after 1989, when there started to be an issue about Muslim schoolgirls wearing headscarves in French schools. Now, prior to 1989, it had been entirely permissible under French law for Jewish boys to wear the kippah, for Sikhs to wear the kirpan, and for Muslims to wear the headscarf. Prior to 1989, that was French law. And the Conseil d'État, in more than 40 decisions, arrêts in French, more than 40 decisions between 1989 and 2004 said Muslim schoolgirls have the right to wear headscarves in public schools in France. And the Conseil d'État specified that they can préciser, so I'm having a French problem. Okay, so they specified that the reasons for this is one, under the French doctrine of laïcité, laïcité protects the right of French Muslim schoolgirls to wear the headscarf. That's French law. They also said under the Constitution of 1946 and 1958, both of which said that France is a laic state. Didn't say France is a state that has laïcité as a doctrine. They said that the French state is laic. So that the state is the one that's supposed to be laic, not the population, not Muslim schoolgirls. So the Conseil d'État said, and under international law. So under international law, under the French doctrine of laïcité, and under the French Constitution, Muslim schoolgirls have a right to wear the headscarves. Okay, up until 2004, that was legally defined laïcité in France. Well, something happened in 2003, 2004, and there became a cause provoked initially by the events of 1989 and the Muslim schoolgirls, another story we won't deal with, but it became very prominent in the year 2003 as the issue became politicized in France. And it became politicized as of we need to protect French laïcité, and that's what we are going to do. Okay, now the French, I'm exaggerating here, not all French agree, obviously, but in France, it is widely believed that laïcité is a founding principle of the French state. So laïcité is widely revered, and I have heard that so many times that it'd be nice to find a dissenter to that just for the sake of seeing a dissenter, but laïcité is important to France. I'd like to give you some of the examples, and these were used during the year 2003 by then Minister of the Interior, Sarkozy, then President of France, Chirac, then French Prime Minister Raffarin. This is how they describe laïcité. And although these are coming from 2003, the same thing is said last year, the same thing is said other times. So these are some terms. Somehow the printing is very small. Okay, so this is the President of France. Laïcité is inscribed in our traditions. It is the heart of our republican identity. It is a principle to which citizens should be faithful. So this is an obligation of the citizens. This is not a requirement of the French state, which is to be a laic state in the Constitution. This now becomes an obligation of citizens, if you're going to be a good citizen. It is in fidelity to the principles of laïcité. It is a cornerstone of the Republic. So this is not just one little doctrine among others. This is the cornerstone partly these are the values that create France. It is a doctrine that protects basic rights. Okay, laïcité, 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 foundational for the French state, 2003. When the issue was, do we ban Muslim girls from wearing headscarves? This is the language that was used. Okay, let's go on to Sarkozy. There are many others we could do. Sarkozy. Laïcité is not a belief like others. It is our shared belief that allows others to live with respect for the public order and with respect for the convictions of everyone. Jean Gamerink, who was a conseiller d'État, so on the High Administrative Court, said, I want you to listen carefully to this, the French style of laïcité, its originality, its subtlety, its finesse, and richness. Is he talking about a legal doctrine, or is he talking about a perfume or a wine? Subtlety, finesse. This is what it means for France. Okay, so with this very subtle doctrine that you have in France, you then say Muslim appearances of religion that differ from the majority are no longer welcome. So during the parliamentary debates in 2003, it was said, remember the French Conseil d'État had said that this was wearing the headscarves was permissible. A member of parliament said, if that's what the Conseil d'État thinks is laïcité, we're going to show the Conseil d'État what it really means, and the parliament changed the law. That's important now. Parliament changed the law of laïcité in 2004. So it's not as though laïcité is a founding principle of the French Republic that has been there from the beginning and that we all must adhere. It is something that meant something at one time prior to 2004, and it changed in 2004 to mean something else. All without saying, we are changing the definition of laïcité. It is saying, we are being faithful to the traditions of France with our what is in fact a new interpretation of laïcité. So what is this laïcité that everyone adheres to? Well, there are different things that have been described. So among others, it is often described as being partly a doctrine of the separation of religion and state. It is sometimes talked as freedom of conscience, both separation of churches and state, and freedom of conscience are in the 1905 law, the single most important law regulating religion in France. Neutrality of the state is another one. And it has also come to mean, particularly between 1882 and 1886, it meant that no longer can religious figures teach in public schools. So we're not going to have nuns or priests teaching in public schools. So we're going to laicize the public schools. And it also meant there will be no teaching about religion, no doctrinal teaching of religion in French schools. That's 1882 to 1886 that came up. So we have these. There are other definitions that I could give, but time calls. Okay, so the politicians in France and the French leaders will say, laïcité is a unifying principle, this is a cornerstone. Well, I'm going to challenge that by saying laïcité is in fact confusion. It means many different things, and laïcité, as described in the various elements is entirely contradicted by other things that happen in France. This is not a unified doctrine. This is a smorgasbord where some things are taken and other things are ignored. So let me give an example. So we can say in France, okay, there's a separation of religion and the state, and the state does not get involved in religious activities, and particularly since 2004, the public space should be neutral. Okay, so a neutral public space, the French state is secular, and there's a separation of religion and state. Okay, well, in current French law, there are many conflicts with that. That's not a consistent doctrine in France. So if we look at all of the cathedrals, medieval cathedrals in France, built before 1905, who owns those? Well, it's the French state that owns those. All of those were seized. So this is not separation of religion and state. This is state seizure of religious properties. They're all owned by France. They're owned by the French state. That's not separation of religion and state. That is state owning religious properties. So we can also say the Mosquée de Paris, so the mosque in Paris. Well, who paid for that? Well, that was the city of Paris that paid for that. So that's not the French state, but that is the political institutions of Paris. So this is not a separation of religion and state, but it is something else. The Loi de Bray in 1959, it allowed for state financing of religious schools. Okay, that's still the law in France. That is entirely in conflict with what the politicians will say, but they didn't repeal the Loi de Bray. They decided that Muslim schoolgirls could not wear the headscarf to class. So they didn't say we're going to make everything consistent and we're going to have separation of religion, state, separation of church and state, no financing of religion. Well, there's some that we will finance and some that will not, and fully in contradiction. One of my favorite examples of this confusion in France is one of the most famous monuments in Paris, so the Panthéon in Paris, so the Pantheon, which is one of the great monuments to the laic state of France. And so for the traditions where many of the great heroes of the French Republic are interred, including Jules Ferry, if I'm not mistaken. So this is an important place in France. Well, what is this building that it symbolizes the French state? Well, it was formerly a church, the Church of Sainte-Geneviève. Okay, what stands atop the coupole in the Church of Sainte-Geneviève? There's a Christian cross. Right up there, French state-owned monument with the cross in a very public space. Okay, now how do we explain that? Go inside the Pantheon, I almost said go inside the church, which it actually looks like on the interior, and there are paintings by Puvis de Chavannes, which show the traditional relationship between the French state and the Roman Catholic Church. So dozens of paintings. In the place where the altar was originally constructed, there's a statue of Marianne, the virginal symbol of France, sort of Marie, but now she's Marie-Anne. Okay, so she's right in the place of the altar, and she is wearing, go look for yourself, she's wearing a headscarf. Now, it's not the bonnet rouge, it's really she's wearing a headscarf. Okay, so we have this, this mix-up. So we have the cross, we have Puvis de Chavannes paintings, we have Marianne, all contradicted by what this doctrine is supposed to be clear, so that we can pick things that we want, choose things that we don't want. What about other things? What about the region of Alsace-Moselle? Okay, so a region in eastern France, the law of 1905 does not apply in Alsace-Moselle. Now, there's a historical reason for that. Alsace and Moselle were not part of France when the 1905 law was passed. Okay, I understand. But in Alsace-Moselle, the French state subsidizes religion at public schools. And the state also finances religion. Now, that is in conflict with these beautiful notions of what France is. But when the parliament enacted the law in 2004 to prevent schoolgirls from wearing the hijab, they didn't fix up these other problems. So they put the weight of the French state not to clean up these contradictions with laïcité, but they put the full power of the French state on schoolgirls to say, you can't do this. And they did this in the name of, we're going to protect these young girls. And how are we protecting these young girls? So they're not being forced to wear the headscarves. So what are we going to do to protect them? We're going to force them not to wear headscarves. They haven't solved the underlying problem. And they also do this if those French schoolgirls do not accept this law, they will be expelled from school. So how is this trying to bring citizens together, unifying principle? What I think is that we have here something that is more akin to taking this identity of Islam, identity of something that appears to be different to us, different for us. We're going to enact a series of laws, probably the worst of which is the law that was enacted last year that we've had talked about. So I don't need to go into that further. So here we have laïcité by a French secular state. Nothing inherently wrong with secularism. What is wrong is if we have a regime acting in the name of secularism that in fact discriminates, and it discriminates, it targets those groups that are the least favored. It is not a neutral law, it is targeting particular groups. So France had the problem during the 1980s, that continues to today, with what they called the sects, or the dérives sectaires. So these groups with their gurus. So this is a group being attacked. 1980s, that was the issue. Early 1990s, then it became Islam that was the issue. This is not neutrality. This is not consistency. This is not a consistent doctrine in France. This is a smorgasbord. We will take what we like, and we will ignore what we don't like. One thing I meant to say earlier, and I'm going to end, this is totally out of place, just a couple of examples of books. So this is Henri Peña-Ruiz, one of the soi-disant expert in France on laïcité. So he writes, Dictionnaire amoureux de la laïcité, love dictionary for laïcité. Now that sounds like you love a wine, not like you love a law. And after the law of 2021 was adopted, a brochure was created called Pour aimer la laïcité, to love laïcité. This is how we are going to treat it. So this is being treated as though it's something special. It's not laïcité that they love, it is despised groups that they want to attack. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gan. You gave us stuff to ponder. We have some remarks by Susana Machado. Susana Machado is professor of law at the Polytechnic Institute of Porto in Portugal, and she has specialized in labor law. And she is a member of the Council of Experts of the AIDLR. The floor is yours. We are happy to hear your remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, for giving me the floor. And dear colleagues, dear friends, let me begin by thanking you, Mr. Paulo Macedo, that you are arriving, for the excellent organization of this conference. And I now have this very difficult task, make these final remarks of the session, that it was real with such high quality. I promise I won't spend a lot of time because here at this building, I'm not so important as Jeremy. So let's start. I thank you all for the brilliant presentations you have provided us. And we have learned new ideas from you, which we could adopt to further improve our work and reflections in this important area of our lives. I do know that we are going to have many interesting and useful presentations during these 2 days, but in my view, some of the most interesting topics in this area were addressed in this session. Maybe because I had to be attentive to make these remarks, I don't know. And I believe that many good experiences have been shared and good lessons we have learned. I have taken some notes, but they will certainly be lacking in view of the quality of these presentations. Mr. Stilwell commented on Luke's passage, "The stones will cry out." It's easy to pass by this interaction and focus mostly on the idea of stones crying out. We think of it as a poetic image because we all know stones don't make noise, except when they do. And some of us can hear it. After this presentation, I can hardly imagine the sounds that would produce with massive rocks tumbling and cracking. And in metaphorical terms, this is indeed a call from our conscience that must be respected and preserved. Then, after listening to Mr. Clavé-Rolly, words on a subject that particularly interests me, I must highlight the problems revolving around French laïcité. I don't know if it's a good pronunciation. In fact, France is trying to take some steps to build an authentically human society. But we must remember that the Republic is secular, but French society is not. And then, as Professor Jeremy Gunn's presentation, so what can I say? Jeremy is an expert on the principle of secularism, a deep expert of the French reality, and we learned a lot about differences in the meaning of laïcité, freedom of religious expression, and human dignity. Professor Gunn presented an alternative way of thinking about French controversy around the concept of laïcité in order to respond to religious diversity. I now conclude by thanking you all for your contributions to further reflection and to build a more inclusive world. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the presenters for keeping the time. And we now have at least 5 minutes, I guess, for Q&A. So Ganoun Diop is one of the first. Maybe we can have the ushers taking the microphone to you, and you have the microphones in front of you. Please take them, and then we'll have the answers. So Ganoun first, and then Mr. Maus.
Is this
next.
working?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you very much to all the speakers. I wanted to ask Jeremy a question. You know, he has described, if I was bold enough, I will almost put a new title to your presentation, like instrumentalization of laïcité by the French government, for example, right? Okay, so allow me to picture something like, and I would like to know what you think. In fact, two sociologists, Olivier Bobineau, and then also, well, said the following. The other one is Stéphane Lathion. They distinguish French laïcité, you know, since the law 1905, as follows. You have what they call laïcité of opposition, the first one, which is essentially characterized by resistance, right, and militancy against the influence of a religious denomination on civil society. 1. 2, laïcité of proposition, which is considered the heart, they say, of French law, aimed at securing freedom of conscience and a guarantee of freedom to practice one's religion. You also have what they call laïcité of differentiation. This time, this aspect emphasizes the neutrality of the state. Now, you are mentioning that this has been transgressed, especially against Islam and so forth. Completely agree. And then there is another aspect. The fourth one is what they call laïcité of composition. This time, it allows cooperation between the state and religious institution. Is this analysis from two sociologists wishful thinking? Or is this something that is a reality in spite of the instrumentalization by successive government in France? Your opinion?
So I used the metaphor of smorgasbord for laïcité, where you can pick what you want and use that. Jean Baubarreau identified 7 versions of laïcité. The ultimate issue, in my opinion, is laïcité is not a defined legal concept. It is more of a moral sentiment or a value sentiment, and it can be used to mean many different things. I mean, some things that happen in the name of laïcité, I personally would completely agree with. Some things that happen in the name of laïcité, I think, are abominations. Those can be used, so the state can work with religious groups if it chooses to do so. There's nothing that I think of in laïcité that prevents that, though there is something in some people's beliefs. But ultimately, it means so many different things, and it can be used to justify prejudices, or it can be used for to justify other politics. It's just it's a broad term.
In your opinion, then, what was the purpose of the 1905 law?
So the 1905 law, called the Law on the Separation of Churches and the State, interestingly, never uses the word separation in the text of the law. It's only in the title. Now, it was, I think, I mean, this can be a debate. I think it was to weaken the role of the Catholic Church in France. Now, that's not what the title of the law is, but I think that's what it was, is to take the Catholic Church, which had, you could say, a disproportionate amount of power in France, and it's to put it on a different level. So I think it was largely an anti-Roman Catholic law, but once again put in somewhat neutral terms.
Thank you. Professor Maus.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. I would like to pick up something that you said and sail with it over the ocean to the United States. What is neutrality and what do you really mean by that? I participated in a conference on the American wall of separation, and I said that America is a Christian society, a Christian state. They said, how dare you? So I said, there is the letter by Justice O'Connor to a friend, and she writes specifically, we are a Christian nation. And they said, oh, you don't do it in this country. You don't quote from private correspondence. That is privacy. I said, I don't know what's privacy about correspondence of a Chief Justice on a legal matter, but why quote this? And I brought them over quite a few law opinions of the Supreme Court, not private correspondence. One said, this is a religious nation. The other one said, this is a Christian nation. So, and they speak about neutrality. And that's what I thought about when you spoke about the French neutrality. It's interesting that the United States is supposedly a neutral state with a religious society, because the Americans are religious. On the other hand, when you sail again back to the United Kingdom, you come across a country that is perhaps the best manifestation of no wall of separation. As we know, King Charles is now head of the Anglican Church. We all remember that there was a doubt whether he can become king, not because he shouldn't be king, but how can he be head of the church after his episodes. On the other hand, by the way, I feel sorry for my friends who have the silk. They had all to change the letterhead from QC to KC, but that's a different story. And on the other hand, I think the English are much less religious than the Americans. So it is a separation, which is not real separation, with a religious society, and a non-separation with a secular society.
There are statements by Supreme Court justices where they said things like that. Probably the most famous one, many in the 19th century. In the 20th century, probably the most famous one was by Justice William O'Brien. Douglas, sorry. And he later said that was one of the most stupid things he had ever written, but he did say it in a Supreme Court.
I didn't know that they nominate stupid people to the Supreme
He was not a stupid person, but he did say that, and he regretted it later. So there's people who make statements like that. That's true in terms of being, and I think that there are social pressures and political pressures generally for that. It is not something that is embodied in law. So there are no statutes that say the United States is a Christian nation, and there's nothing that says, and so we can provide funding for Christians but not for others. So that issue is problematic in the United States. I agree. The movement for people saying the United States is a Christian nation, so population, more people are saying that this year than last year and more that year than before. So it's moving in that direction. But it is still a minority of the population, but people are saying that.
One
Okay.
more sentence. When the Union of the Jewish Butchers approached the Supreme Court and asked them to let them open their shops on Sunday because they are losing on Saturday, the answer was, it's your problem. We are a neutral state. We don't interfere with religion. So it's a neutral state. However, Sunday is Sunday. Sunday is not a Muslim day, not a Jewish day. It's a Christian day. I mean, you come and ask them, so let us make bread, earn our bread on Sunday. They say, oh, no. And when they say, but we are religious, we can't open it on Saturday, they say, don't tell us religious doctrine. We are neutral.
No, that was the case in the United States. That largely ended about 20 years ago. But I mean, that's part of the legacy, but it's not part of the law now.
Okay. Thank you so much, and we are thanking you all the presenters in giving you a round of applause.
We also appreciated your leadership. Thank you, Jens. I have some final remarks. Please bear with me for just 2 minutes. We are going to leave from here, all people at the hotel. We are going to leave at 5:45 precisely at the reception where we arrived. So we can go slowly there, enjoy some fresh air, not the sun anymore. But we are going to leave precisely at 5:45. Tomorrow, please, to all those at the hotel, we are going to leave the hotel from who remembers, please? 8:20, thank you so much. Not 8:40, because we are going to start here at 9 o'clock sharp. So 8:20 tomorrow. I would like also to ask you, please, when we leave our rooms, don't forget the small device. We'll give it to you tomorrow again, but they need to be charged. And please, the earphones, translations, okay? Please give it at the secretariat when we leave. See you tomorrow. Congratulations for keeping the time, all of you, and it was a very good day for us. Thank you. Bye-bye.